bring you back in, I want to ask you one burning question. You're a biologist. I have two biologists here. I have a burning question that has been asked recently. I'm wondering if you can help out with. I know that it can't be answered by Supreme Court justices. What is a woman?
Oh, you do not want me to go down this road, because sex determination and development, I mean, Dr. Jensen is probably more familiar with developmental biology than I am, but that's a really complicated question, especially when you consider the complexities of human biology. I actually do. I talk in class about sex determination, chromosomal determinants, hormonal determinants, genetic determinants.
What determines sex?
See, there's no answer to that question that I could answer in the time that we have tonight.
Really? Okay.
It is a really complicated question. So
it's not a question of chromosome X versus Y?
100% no. It's
100%
not.
No.
You can ask me the question 12 different ways if you want, but you're going to get the same answer each time.
I don't think it's all that complex. I would answer it very simply. A woman is what God, who created the women, defines it as. God created her. He gets to give the definition. So a woman is what God calls a woman.
1, 2, 3.
Welcome to Apologetics Live. We're here to answer your questions and challenges about God and the Bible. Meet your hosts from Striving for Eternity Ministries, Andrew Rappaport, Dr. Anthony Silvestro, and Pastor Justin Pierce.
We are live, Apologetics Live, here to answer your challenging questions. Whatever you have, whatever things you think we cannot answer, well, come on in. Go to apologeticslive.com. Thursday nights, 8 to 10 Eastern Time. We're here to answer your questions. And as I always say, we can answer any question you have about God and the Bible. If you disagree, you think you got a stumper for us, well, come on in. We'll answer it. Just remember, I don't know is a perfectly good answer. We'll start off. We'll bring Dr. Silvestro in. How you doing, sir?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Good. You know, I played that earlier clip.
As I say, before you say anything,
Okay.
our infamous biologist who cannot figure out what a female is, who I've told this story about numerous times, just put a chat in. So, hey, Dr. Nan, how are you?
Oh, he's good. We had I didn't see which comment is his, but
Reason to doubt. Hey,
okay.
Dr. Dan. So
okay.
maybe he would like to join us, and maybe he's got a better definition tonight.
Yeah. Well, we've been going back and forth on Twitter. He can't seem to define what an insurrection is either. But I mean, if he can't define what a woman is, I'm not surprised.
I am curious if he's married.
That I do not know. But I do know that he wouldn't answer my questions on, like, was the Black Lives Matter when they took over city streets and called it's another country and they used violence? Was that an insurrection? Kind of interesting. Reason for doubt saying I'm not Dan. So
that's a different. I thought that was his handle. Maybe.
No, his handle was Creation Myths. That's why I was surprised by it, okay. Which is really kind of interesting. Creation Myths. So his whole idea is to focus on debunking what he says is creation. But I do have something. I'm glad you're in because your son did tried hard to get me with a practical joke. I think we should watch what happens. Now, folks, if for those who watch on audio, this is the bathroom of Dr. Silvestro's house, and there's saran wrap right at the level that would be right where my face would be. But what ends up happening? Well, this. And I just stopped immediately, dropped right underneath it, no problem. Did not fail, or didn't get the joke he wanted, but complete fail on little Anthony's part. It was a good attempt of a practical joke, though.
It was funny.
He's got to get up earlier in the morning to get me. So we end up having a couple things in the news section I just want to bring up. And folks, you've probably heard of this by now, but not far from me in Philadelphia, there was a guy who was arrested the argument is he was blocking a pro-life clinic. Basically, he was doing this is a Roman Catholic. He was out doing abortion ministry for many years. He has a ministry toward people getting out of pornography. So he has been at the abortion clinics for years, and some gentleman came up and approached his son, and he basically kind of pushed the guy away to protect his son. So an adult going after a child, and the father did what a father should do, and basically the local law enforcement did nothing with it. They investigated it because the guy claimed that he was abused, and there was no abuse there. But now, a year later, the Biden Department of Justice decided they're going to handle it. And one Saturday morning, 25 to 30 agents came to this gentleman's house to arrest him in front of his children, putting a gun to both mother and father in front of the children, and then hauling him off. They came to the door, and he wanted to see an arrest warrant. They didn't want to show one. They just wanted in. And he was refusing for a while, and he was trying to, I guess, call a lawyer and whatnot. They arrested him and then let him go. Why do I bring this up? Why would they go and do this? For a very simple reason, folks. This is called intimidation. This is where we're at right now in our country, where you have a political party using the federal law enforcement for intimidation purposes. And what we're seeing is that it's working, because there's a lot of people who are not wanting to speak out. My encouragement is now is the time to speak out, because if we don't do it now, there won't be another time.
Yeah. The street term for that is called thuggery.
Yeah. Yes.
I mean, this is really what's happening. You know, I know you saw the video, Andrew, but for those who didn't see it, because I'm getting shadow banned very, very strongly.
Welcome to the club.
I know. Once you say a few things about homosexuality and transgenderism, they just, boom, you're done. It's been that way for over a year. But I had a video that we did in impromptu. My wife and I were walking around farmers market, right? And there was the pro-murder, baby murder crowd, pro-abortion crowd that was there. And they just had a protest in the middle, right next to the street, holding up signs, yelling at cars.
They were very polite, weren't they?
Very, very polite people.
Yeah, not.
Yeah. So if you go watch the video, you'll see kind of what happens there. The one thing I wanted to highlight about this that goes right in hand with what you were just talking about, Andrew, is that we have warned people for years about what's happening in England, Europe, and Europe in general, as well as in Canada, where hate speech laws are going to be used against us. And so even though you have a freedom of speech in this country, the way it's been defined in some of these other countries as of late is you say something and you're allowed to say whatever you want up until somebody else riots. And when somebody else riots, you're the one at fault, not the one who went and rioted.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what we just encountered two Saturdays ago is that this police officer that was there keeping the peace, who later on told me he was a Christian, gave lots of favor towards the pro-abortion crowd. Mm-hmm. And afterwards, he told us that he was considering doing, I think it was disorderly conduct, arresting me for disorderly conduct when I didn't approach anybody. They were coming up and yelling at me just because I was preaching back God's word. And so it's interesting. And I asked him, how do you even define disorderly conduct? He goes, it's whatever we feel. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Mm-hmm. But this is what's happening right now. So
yeah, actually, that is the case. What they'll do is when they can't find a charge, it's just disorderly conduct. And if they think it's disorderly, that's enough.
Yeah, that's right.
So it really is. It's a sad state of affairs that we're in right now, but we need to be aware of it. That is the culture we're in. I did announce that I was going to talk about the debate that James White had that I was at. I didn't do that last week. Last week we had Missionary Gamer on, and I should put up Melissa's post. She is saying, hello all. I have been hanging out with Missionary Gamer on Twitch and Fallout 76 game. He says hi to Andrew for him. So hi. Also, today's my birthday. I turned 42. So Melissa, happy birthday. So I went to the debate with James White, and I think I may have shared this on my Rap Report podcast, but man, what a bad debater the other guy was. So let me give you some ways you can know. Now, I'm going to grant that the guy announced it was the first time he ever did a debate. So there is that. This was his first formal debate. I will try to give grace. And there were some things that as a first-time debater, he was reading off of sheets instead of looking at the audience, and he wasn't actually engaging with what Dr. White was saying, but had prepared. Even it looked like all the rebuttals, cross-examination, everything was just already prepared. He actually had a green and red marker he was checking off as Dr. White was saying things. And so, but that a debate is bad and that someone lost when at the end, the guy's making subjective arguments throughout, basically begging the question, fallacies, which is he's arguing that you have to accept that the Textus Receptus is the inspired word of God to understand that it's the inspired word of God. So he starts with the conclusion and then says you have to first accept that to understand it. But really what got me was at the end, he did something really shameful. And that is that he basically accused Dr. White and any other scholars that don't accept the Textus Receptus as the cause for homosexuality in the church. So if there's homosexuality in churches, that's because of scholars who are questioning the word of God. And okay, granted, in his closing, he admitted that he was doing it for resume building. He can now claim that he debated someone who had 170 formal debates. Dr. White ended up closing and saying, in my 168 formal debates, never has anybody made such a bold and false accusation in such a way. But that's the way of seeing the guy. The guy must have realized he was caught with it making subjective arguments. And so it was an interesting debate, but frustrating to watch. I will admit that. So I was sitting in the audience like many of you when you watch me debate some of these people that come in, and I know I hear people saying, boy, was that frustrating. Yes, that's how I felt in the audience as well. So with that, why don't we bring in our special guest tonight?
Yes, let's do that.
So Dr. Jason Lisle, how are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Better than I deserve. And so we are glad to have you with us. And we wanted to bring you in because, as I shared with you, I saw that there's this new, and I forget which telescope. Hold on, let me look it up.
Dr. Jason probably could just tell us.
That's probably true. He knows off the bat. Well, they're the new images that came out that I saw even in the secular news. They were saying these new images debunk the Big Bang Theory, which was like, wait, even in secular news, they're saying that. So, so first off, you probably know which one it is. You're right. I'm trying to look it up, but why don't we first let you, because I don't think there's anyone in our audience that doesn't know who you are, but there might be. Oh, you know what I was going to do? I'll do that later. I was going to set up on our Wisdom app so we can get some questions from there, and I'll set that up. Meanwhile, so Dr. Lisle, why don't you introduce yourself so folks can know who you are and the ministry that you're working with?
Okay, I'm Jason Lisle, and I'm the founder of the Biblical Science Institute, and we are an apologetics ministry, defending the truth of God's word from the very first verse. I'm a PhD scientist. My specialty is astrophysics, and so I tend to focus on that. But I try to stay real rounded in other areas of science as well. But that is my specialty field, so I've been very excited about these latest images, and it's the James Webb Space Telescope. It's a wonderful telescope, $10 billion spacecraft, and it's been a wonderful success. And I'm very excited about these latest images and excited to talk about them.
And so that's kind of like a telescope you got in your backyard, right?
Oh, sure, yeah, I got one of those. $10 billion, that's pocket change.
Yeah.
It's maybe just as a little introduction to the James Webb. It's considered kind of the successor to Hubble, although it's different from Hubble. It's in a number of ways. It's bigger, and that gives it more light gathering power. But it's also optimized to detect infrared wavelengths. Those are wavelengths that are below the red end of the spectrum, and therefore they cannot be seen by human eyes. And the reason for that is they wanted to use the Webb telescope to peer out farther into space than the Hubble can reach. And the reason you want to go infrared is as you go farther and farther into space, galaxies tend to be redshifted. That is, they're sort of moving away from us, and their light gets shifted down below wavelengths that we can see. Once you get out to a certain distance, you can't see galaxies anymore, even if you had a big enough telescope, because the frequencies would be wrong for human vision. And so the James Webb Telescope basically is designed to pick those lower frequencies. It kind of undoes the effect of redshift. And so a lot of these images that we're seeing, that's kind of what the galaxies would look like if we were there, approximately. It's kind of undoing that redshift. And as a result, it can see galaxies that are much farther away than Hubble can detect. And so that was the exciting thing. That was the big thing I was looking forward to. James Webb can do other things as well. It can detect some of these extrasolar planets. It's got a spectroscope on it, which analyzes the light. And based on the frequencies that are present or missing, it can identify the composition of the source. And that's something that I did a little bit of that in grad school. It's an interesting field. That's how we know what stars are made of and what galaxies are made of. So we can actually analyze the composition of extrasolar planets. That's now been done with James Webb Telescope for at least a couple of these extrasolar planets. But the big thing that I wanted to see was these galaxies that are farther away than we've ever seen before. And I was not disappointed in the results. Let's just put it that way.
Well, why don't we get into that, if you could, and you know, at a layman's level, be able to explain just what it is that the telescope saw and how that ends up kind of debunking the Big Bang, which we know from the Bible, right? Well, as a friend of mine, Greg Kokel, says, if there was a Big Bang, it was because God spoke and bang, it happened. That's the Big Bang. But why do these pictures, these images show us that the Big Bang can't be possible?
Okay, well, it's I mean, they don't refute it in a definitive sense, because there's always a rescuing device, right? I mean, I'm a presuppositionalist. I recognize that people have a worldview, and that colors the way we look at the evidence. But nonetheless, the data that we're receiving from this telescope is contrary to the predictions that the secular scientists who believe in the Big Bang made. It is consistent with the predictions that creationists made. Back in January, I wrote an article on, because the Webb Telescope had just been launched, but it hadn't taken any data yet. And I thought, I'm going to make some predictions based on biblical creation for what I would expect this telescope to see. And I made 3 specific predictions about what it would see in this deep field. And the first is that it would see galaxies at much greater distances than the secularists were expecting. And I want to give the reason for why I made a different prediction there. You see, in the secular view, as you look out farther into space, you're looking effectively back in time, because the light takes time to get from there to here. Now, it turns out that's more complicated than people assume. Depending on what we call a synchrony convention, depending on what synchrony convention you use, you can actually have the light travel from those galaxies to Earth immediately. And I believe the Bible's using such a convention, what's called an anisotropic synchrony convention. So in my view, we're seeing the universe in real time. I'm not saying the alternative is wrong. I'm just saying it's not the convention that the Bible uses. Kind of like feet or meters or cubits. I mean, the Bible uses cubits. That doesn't mean it's wrong to use feet or meters, but we need to recognize, hey, the Bible's using cubits, and we need to convert. So I believe when the Bible says that God made the stars on day 4, that's by the anisotropic synchrony convention, and the starlight reached Earth immediately. So I believe we're seeing the universe as it is now, if we use that convention. Again, I'm not saying the other convention's wrong, but the secularists, they would say, no, we're looking back in time. And in their view, the universe began in a Big Bang 13.8 billion years ago. And the James Webb Telescope is able to see far enough out into space, and in their view, far enough back in time, that it should see it should be able to see distances where galaxies had not formed yet. And so the secular prediction, number 1, was that the James Webb Telescope would see galaxies sort of get fewer and fewer and then stop at a redshift of about 14. Redshift is how much the light's been stretched. And in that view, that corresponds to, how far back in time. So this would be 500 million years after the Big Bang, something like that, a redshift of 14. In my view, redshift of 14 just means it's really far away. And I expect that galaxies will continue, because I have no reason to think that God stopped making them at that distance. So I predicted that galaxies would be found at distances greater than the secularists were expecting, at redshifts greater than 14, and that they wouldn't just peter out and have very few at redshift 14. And the results, let's have a look at the results here. Let's see if I can share my screen here with you. There's what we see. Those are galaxies. And every one of those little specks of light that you see there, except the ones that have like the rays coming off of them, those are stars in our galaxy. And that gets, some of our own stars get in the way. But those smudges, those little blurry things that you see in the background, galaxies at tremendous distances. And some of them are at redshifts of 14 or greater. There's been one technical paper I looked at where they claim that the galaxies, at least one galaxy, is at a redshift of 20 or greater. So that's way further than the secularists were expecting. And that really challenges their view of galaxy formation. Like I said, they're not going to throw away the Big Bang, because that's the lens through which they interpret all the data. But they will have to admit that galaxies formed, in their view, much earlier than previously thought. And in fact, this is, again, the very thing I predicted back in January. Let me go back to this article. The article I wrote in January is on January 21st. I published it on the website. You can go to biblicalscienceinstitute.com, and you can read in that article what the secularists were predicting and what I predicted. And let me see if I can find the specific line here. So my prediction was that they'll find galaxies at much greater distances, and that secularists will be forced to assume that galaxies formed much earlier than previously thought. And here's what I said: we might see headlines like, quote, "Webb discovers that galaxies formed much earlier than previously thought," end quote. That's my prediction of what they'll say. Here's what they said. Quote, here's from one particular article. It says, "If the finding is confirmed, it would be one of the earliest galaxies ever observed, and its presence would indicate that galaxies started forming much earlier than many astronomers previously thought." It's almost verbatim, not only what they would find, but what they would say in reaction to what they found. Here's another article in Nature. It says, another preprint manuscript says that massive galaxies formed earlier in the universe than previously known, end quote. And so, did I call it or what? The creation worldview, it makes, if you're thinking consistently as a creationist, you can make successful predictions about what we're going to see in the universe. And the secularists can make all the excuses in the world as to why their predictions were wrong and why mine were right. But the fact is, their predictions were wrong and mine was right. And I would attribute that to the fact that I'm thinking like a Christian, and apparently we've got a pretty good model that I've built on that. So again, the Bible doesn't say that galaxies will be found at redshifts greater than 14, but it does say that God made the stars. I don't believe that galaxies form. I believe that God made them on day 4, and so they're all, they're all going to be mature and so on. And so that leads to the second prediction that I made. The second prediction is that these galaxies would be fully formed. They would not be sort of in the process of forming. The secularists were expecting that the very earliest galaxies, the ones that are at the farthest distance, would be sort of clumpy. You'd have little regions where stars were starting to form. They wouldn't have these nice disk structures that we're finding in galaxies nearby, like our own, the Milky Way, spiral galaxies. And lo and behold, we see spiral galaxies in this deep field. You can see galaxies that are disk shaped. Even the ones that are highly redshifted have this disk shape to them. At least a lot of them do. And of course, there's elliptical galaxies as well. But that was one of my predictions. And it's astonishing to the secularists, because they believe that galaxies need time to form, because they believe that they formed naturalistically within the laws of nature and were not supernaturally created. And so they were expecting to see that. We don't see it. We see fully designed galaxies at incredible distances. And that is, again, contrary to the secular predictions and consistent with what I predicted back in January. So it's consistent with what the creation model expects. So those are the first two right there. And we can see already that the James Webb Telescope has confirmed those. So that's kind of a summary of where we're at so far anyway. So it's pretty exciting. The last few months have been really exciting.
Yeah, and I put up on the screen for folks, but for those listening on podcasts, biblicalscienceinstitute.com is where you can find more of Jason. You could see all the articles and the predictions he made long before this was found. And, you're mentioning predictions, and I remember when Ken Ham debated the Bill Nye, the not-so-science guy, he's more of an actor, I think, than a science guy. But that was a big part of what Bill Nye was trying to make an argument, is that they can make predictions, which I actually thought kind of funny, because I think after that debate, I think Ken Ham went and did like okay, let's examine the claims he made and realize that many of the predictions that he made were actually false.
Yeah.
But and even with Dr. Jensen, when he was on here, that was one of the things he said, is that as Christians, he was able to make predictions, and those predictions, as he tested it out, came out true. Mm-hmm. And as the secularists keep trying, they say they make predictions, but then they just don't. When their predictions are false, they don't, as you said, give up on it. They just say, "Oh, really? It'll prove it later."
Yeah, move the goalpost. Yep. Yeah.
That's what I call a science of the gaps, where they don't have an answer. They shove science in and say, it's going to have an answer one day. Mm-hmm. So we did get some things in. So Andrew says this. Hello, Andrew. Hello, Jason Lisle. Just wanted to pop in and say hi. Can't stay too long. I'm not feeling unwell with COVID and need some sleep. Keep up the good work, brothers. And I believe he's Australian. I think he's an Australian brother. Okay. So Standing for Truth is saying, to something you said earlier, yes, they always have a rescue device. Mm-hmm. Typically, the rescue devices I constantly faced with is, quote, I'm not a biologist, unquote, and, quote, I'm not a geneticist, unquote. And they ask you, and they ask the geneticist, and they don't know either, which is what we had here in the opening, where we specifically asked a biologist a question, and I got to watch you as you were listening to that for the first time.
Oh my!
The worst part is he told us he did his work.
Oh, that was
his work in genetics.
Yeah.
Say that again.
I said the worst part is he told us that he did his primary work in genetics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, and it's interesting. I'm watching the chat, and Justin Peters was responding to someone. I missed it, but to save it. But going back and forth, and he basically was like, how can we take anything you say serious when you can't even define a woman? to Dr. Dan there. So but I mean, that is the world we live in now. Very strange. People are just not dealing in reality. But I want to get back to this, but I do want to, because we do have a young gentleman backstage, and I don't know how long his parents let him stay up, but he had a question for us tonight. So I want to bring him in early. Most regulars know Cole, but this is Colin, his son. So is he there? Did he just walk off?
You gotta slide back over, buddy.
There we go.
Oh, is my mic all messed up?
Yeah, your mic's messed up.
Robot.
Put me out for a minute.
Okay, we'll put him out for a minute while he fixes that. He'll give us a thumbs up when you're ready, or put a thing in the private chat as he fixes that. So, and I'll go to some of the other comments that we had. All right, so Standing for Truth is said, the debunking of the Big Bang really sucks for the theistic evolutionists that have based so much of their apologetics on, quote, Big Bang proves God, unquote, argument. Would you like to interact with that?
Boy, that's the truth. That is absolutely the truth. That's why you got to be very careful about marrying your theology to any particular scientific idea, especially one that's not really so scientific, like the Big Bang, which, I mean, the whole point of the Big Bang is to try and explain the origin of the universe naturalistically. I mean, Lemaitre, who came up with the Big Bang, he believed in God, but he believed that you should ignore God's existence when you're doing science, including when you're talking about how the universe came into existence. He was a methodological naturalist. And so why would you take the Bible, which indicates that history is full of supernatural actions of God, where God occasionally does things in an unusual way, and an extraordinary way, like the creation of the universe? Why would you attach that to a model that is inherently secular? I feel bad for the folks that have been, following people like you, Ross, who's been telling them, hey, the Big Bang, that's the way God did it. Now you got a problem. You got a problem. That's why we need to make sure. And by the way, I want to make sure that I don't indicate to people that, hey, you can trust the Bible now because I've made correct predictions. You can trust the Bible because it's God's word. And I build my thinking on that. My thinking's fallible, but I try, at least I can use that as a foundation. And so, we got to be careful that our faith is not based on the wisdom of men, but on the power of God, because the wisdom of men changes. And we've seen that just in the last few months. The secularists, they're not going to abandon the Big Bang because they don't have anything else, really. I mean, there's a few holdouts for a version of the steady state. Eric Lerner and others had something like that. But for the most part, they're going to continue to believe in that no matter what evidence comes up. They're just going to come up with rescuing devices and they've been doing that. I knew they'd do that because they've done it before. I've seen this happen before. When the Hubble Deep Field came out, it was the same game. And so my predictions I felt were pretty safe, and that's why I felt pretty confident in making them back in January. I've seen this before. The secular model just doesn't make correct predictions when it comes to the nature of the universe, in contrast to what biblical creationists would expect. So yeah, don't tie your theology to secular origins stories.
Yeah. And this is, look, we have the truth. So why would anyone, Hugh Ross, why would he claiming to be a Christian, give up the ultimate authority for something that changes? I mean, the science of today will be different tomorrow, and they're okay with that. But the word of God never needs to change. That's the thing. Yeah. The more James Montgomery Boyce, I think, was the one who said this, but he said, if we were to take all of and he was speaking specifically there of archaeology, but this applies for science as well. If we were to take all the information as we learn it and put a mark on a board where it supports scripture and erase areas where it doesn't, what we find is that we fill in the line. We don't erase anything. That's the reality. Mm-hmm. And so to give up the truth, I mean, look, the scientific model is to observe, be able to create a scenario, observe it, and record it. The only scientific evidence we have for the creation of the universe is from God, who created it, observed it, recorded it, and we have it written down in Genesis 1 and 2. Mm-hmm. That's it. So if you're going to reject that, then you're no longer using the scientific method for the creation of the universe, in my opinion.
And of course, the scientific method is predicated on biblical creation, the fact that God created an orderly universe and upholds it in an orderly way. I mean, the universe, a lot of times even Christians have, because let's face it, most of us have gone through a public education system. We've been secularized, and we tend to think about the universe and the laws of nature as sort of these things that just happen on their own. They're these laws that are just in existence. Maybe God made them and then they sort of take over. No, God upholds his universe constantly. The reason that the electron orbits the proton is because God wills that to happen. And we say, no, it's electromagnetic forces. That's the name we give to the way God upholds it. But and the fact that we can assign equations to the way the universe is upheld, mathematical equations. Math is a mental thing. I mean, how does the universe obey math? Well, because it's upheld by the mind of God.
That's right.
And in the secular view, can't make sense of that. Eugene Wigner, brilliant Nobel Prize winning physicist, was stumped on the question of why does the physical universe obey math when math's conceptual and the universe is physical? As a Christian, that's easy because the universe is upheld by the mind of God. And it's the mind of God that's responsible for math. So I can answer that. So it's not just that, it's not like we have the creation hypothesis here and then the evolutionary hypothesis or secular Big Bang on the other hand. And here's this foundation of science. Science is predicated on biblical creation. And that's why it works. That's why it's successful.
Yes. So I have to make a correction. Andrew says I'm Welsh, not Australian. So I was wrong. We have a different Andrew that's from Australia. Let's bring Colin back in, and then we got some questions that are coming up for you, Dr. Lisle. So there you go, Colin. Got your mic working now?
Yes.
All right. So what question do you have for us tonight?
What are leap years?
What
is a 4?
Okay, I'll take that one if that's okay. Leap years, we add an extra day every 4 years. We add an extra day in February. So February normally has 28 days. Every 4 years we add a 29th. And the reason for that is because the number of times the Earth rotates as it's going around the sun is 360. Well, it's actually 366, but we see 365 sunrises and a fourth It doesn't work out to exactly 365. So it's not it's the number of rotations is not an integer in terms of the amount of time it takes the Earth to go around the sun, in what we call a tropical year. And so if we didn't do that, then after a long period of time, the seasons would shift and we'd have snow in the middle of July, for example. Well, here in Colorado, we have that anyway. But you see my point, winter would eventually happen in July. The seasons would appear to shift. And so we have to add that extra day every 4 years to keep that from happening. And it's a little more complicated than that. Every turn of the century, we skip leap year. So there was no leap year in 1900. So they actually went 8 years between leap years, except for centuries where the first 2 digits are divisible by 4, like 2000, we did have a leap year. So it's a little more complicated than that. But all those rules are so that the seasons stay where they are relative to our calendar. So we're trying to adjust our calendar to the way God actually rules his solar system. That was probably more information than you wanted, but that's the idea.
Anthony, it looks like you had something
Yeah, I wanted to point out, we've done this in the past, but my wife, who loves going to garage sales and all kinds of stuff, this is an old dictionary. I would love for everybody to go out and find an old dictionary, because if you just look up the word gender, you'll see that it is a direct synonym for sex. It always has been. Up until, a few psychologists tried to change the definition about 20 years ago. It used to be called a mental disorder up until about 20 years ago. And not to be mean, it's just sex and gender are the same thing. And I know we've talked about, I've done this in numerous seminars, but there is a lot of research to show that the XX or XY chromosomes influence at least a third of the genes and how they express themselves. The same genes in a male and a female are expressed differently based on the XX or XY chromosomes. It goes to show that gender is inseparable from sex. Yes, there are some men who are a little bit more manly and some that are maybe a little less, but it doesn't make them a female by any stretch of the imagination. So I just wanted to clear that up again.
Yeah, actually, it's good to have old Bibles or dictionaries, because what you find is one of the arguments is, the King James Bible talks about a unicorn. Well, yeah, and if you looked in a dictionary of the time, we know a unicorn is a single-horned animal, like a rhinoceros. We have those today. So the word has changed. Colin, question for you. Did you know that we have not just leap years, but leap months?
My dad told me.
He did, yeah. So in the Jewish calendar, we have every 7 years, they add in a whole month. So you end up having 30-day. So you don't have how we have some months are 30 days and some are 31, except for February. And so February, we get that extra day sometimes. Well, in the Jewish calendar, every one is 30. And then every 7 years, we add a whole nother month. So
what is the month called?
I don't remember offhand, actually. So that's a good question that I will look up, and we'll figure that out later in the show.
But I do have a Bible right
You
here.
do. That is good. And do you read it every day?
Every night when
Every
I'm going
night.
to go to bed.
Well, that's good. Do you have any other questions for us?
No.
All right. Well, if you have more questions, you feel free to come on in and share with us your questions. All right. Cole, do you have questions for us?
Yeah. How did the secular scientists determine the center of what they called the center of the universe, where they thought the Big Bang happened?
Oh, okay. Well, it's actually a misconception of the Big Bang that it started in any particular place in the universe, because in the Big Bang idea, the Big Bang story, the universe itself is contained in a point. And by I say the universe, I mean even space. So it's kind of weird. It's not a point. We normally think of a point as surrounded by empty space, but according to the Big Bang, even empty space was in the point. So where does it happen? It happens everywhere. They would say the Big Bang happened everywhere. It's just like a point that expanded, and like the surface of a balloon, that's a two-dimensional membrane that represents the 3 dimensions of space of our universe. So all of space was in the same place. As weird as that sounds. Again, I don't hold to that, but that's their position.
So is that so is that misconception really a conflation between what they call the Big Bang Theory and the expanding universe? Like, because I always thought that expanding universe came from that thought of Big Bang Theory, how everything was spreading out.
They're two different issues. The universe is apparently expanding, or at least galaxies are moving away from each other and from us. And the farther away they are, the faster they're moving. So the universe is being stretched out or expanded. That may be indicated in verses like Isaiah 40:22, where God stretches out the heavens as a curtain, spreads them out as a tent to dwell in. So that may have been a biblical prediction, actually. But that was discovered by scientific means in the 1920s. The Big Bang was invented in 1931 as a secular explanation for that expansion, because Lemaitre thought, well, if God didn't supernaturally create the universe, because he again was a methodological naturalist, then if the universe is expanding today, run it back in time, it must have been smaller in the past, run it back, and it must have been a point at one point. That's an example of an unwarranted extrapolation. There's no reason to think that the universe has always existed or has existed for billions of years and has always been expanding. It was created by God a few thousand years ago and has expanded a little bit since its creation.
Right on. What was your question?
Why are the galaxies moving away from us?
Why are galaxies moving away? I don't know, other than that apparently is the way God designed his universe. It seems to be something that God did back at creation, maybe still doing it. But again, Isaiah 40:22 says God stretches out the heavens as a curtain, spreads them out as a tent to dwell in. So galaxies are all kind of moving away from each other, except a couple that are really nearby. They can kind of, like the Andromeda galaxy is actually moving toward us a little bit. But most of the galaxies are all kind of moving away from each other. And the farther away you get, the faster they're moving. It's called the Hubble law. That's just the way God upholds his universe. He's apparently stretching it out, making it a little bigger, giving us a little more space.
I might be able to find the answer in my Bible.
Yeah. It's certain. The Bible's the way. We ought to start all of our thinking with the Bible, and then that helps us to do science properly. And scientists in the past knew that. Scientists today, a lot of them have forgotten that.
Yeah. They might know there's males and females if they read the Bible in the beginning too.
Yes. So, Colin, the answer to your other question, the month is Adar. Now that's the second month in the Jewish calendar, but it's actually when they have their leap year, they have Adar 1 and Adar 2. So they actually have the same month name. They just give it a 1 and a 2. So.
Okay. I have other questions, but I'll save them for a minute.
Okay. All right. Well, you just let us. I'll put you backstage, and when you have more questions, just put it in the private chat there. So, Dr. Lisle, we got some people here that are very, very chatty here with some things, but with questions and whatnot. But here's reason to doubt. He's saying, question for Lisle. Are there any material differences between these distant galaxies and the ones closer to us? If so, what are they and why?
Okay. Well, even nearby galaxies have minor differences in elements. All stars are about 90% hydrogen by number and about 10% helium with less than 1% of heavier elements. And that's universally true. It's true of all stars, all galaxies, everywhere in the universe. And that's probably a design feature because hydrogen is how stars are fueled. It's they are their own fuel, basically. And so that fusion of hydrogen and helium powers them. But there's trace amounts of other elements, oxygen, nitrogen, carbon. And these are things that astronomers call metals. Now, in astronomy, anything heavier than helium is a metal, anything on the periodic table. So it's a little different than the definition the chemists use. And basically, stars come in a few different categories. Stars have a range of what we call metallicities, but we tend to find that they sort of group into what we call population 1 stars, which have more metals, and population 2 stars, which have fewer metals. And we find that even in our own galaxy, the galactic bulge tends to have more population 2 stars. The spiral disk has more population 1 stars. And that's also the case with these more distant galaxies. Now, I'm glad you asked that because this goes into my third prediction that I made. because the third prediction that I made, which is contrary to the secularists, is that these distant galaxies would also have metals in them. And in the secular view, the earliest galaxies, the first stars, shouldn't have any metals, with the exception of maybe a little bit of lithium, but they shouldn't have things like oxygen, carbon, and nitrogen. Why? Because according to the Big Bang, the conditions in the early universe were only right to produce hydrogen, helium, and lithium. And I've done those calculations in grad school. If the universe were that size and that temperature, it could only produce hydrogen, helium, lithium. It can't produce any of the heavier elements because there's an energy barrier to get over to beryllium. And so, well, where do the heavier elements come from? In the secular view, the first generation of stars makes those heavy elements when they explode, when they supernova. And so in the secular view, the first generation of stars should have no heavy elements, absolutely zero. And these would be called population 3. And those are currently hypothetical. The expectation was that the James Webb Telescope would be able to see in these farthest galaxies that they would have, in fact, zero metallicity. The very earliest galaxy should be population 3 stars. My prediction was, nope, they'll have metals just like nearby galaxies, because in my view, heavy elements are not a product. I mean, some heavy elements might be a product of stars exploding. They can do that. But the Earth isn't, because the Earth's made on day 1 and stars aren't made until day 4. So heavy elements already existed before the first stars were created by God, in my view. It's what the Bible teaches. So I predicted that the most distant galaxies would have metals in them. And thankfully, the James Webb Telescope does have a spectroscope in it. It's able to analyze the light from these distant galaxies, and it detected metals in them. And what was really interesting is the metals are about the same. And there's actually a relationship between the size of the galaxy and its metallicity. And they found that same law applies to these distant galaxies as nearby ones. And so the secularists are astonished at this. They're saying it's like there's no galaxy evolution at all. What's going on? I'm thinking, well, it's because there's no galaxy evolution, or at least very little, in 6,000 years. So that was one of the expectations that one of the predictions that I made that was different from the secularists. I expected heavy metals in these galaxies might be low, but they'd have some. And the secularists were expecting population 3. I was right. The secularists were wrong.
Yeah, no, I will say that the question came from Reason to Doubt. And so I just want to give a description of who Reason to Doubt is. And we'd love to have you come on in. If you want to come in, those that are watching live, you can just go to apologeticslive.com, scroll down to where you see the duck icon, that's the StreamYard icon, and you'll be able to join us there. For those who are listening on the Wisdom app, you can just ask to join and we can add you in. But Reason to Doubt says this, and I love when people make this argument because it's so flawed. But they say, Reason to Doubt, your source for all things skeptical, a podcast where 2 skeptics, both former Christians, well, let's deal with that, debunked claims from conspiracy theorists, creationists, and the religions. Jordan is a nuclear engineer and Jared is a former theologian, but both are super into holding true beliefs and not false ones. Remember, you always have reason to doubt. I bet they don't doubt themselves because they claim they're former Christians. Well, to be a former Christian means that you had to have believed the Bible was your ultimate authority. And the Bible very clearly says in 1 John 2:19 that people like Jared and Jordan says they went out from among us because they were never of us. They went out from us, exposing they were not of us. You weren't a former Christian. You were a hypocrite that stopped pretending. That's all you were. So if you really want to stand for truth and not falsehoods, stop lying to people. You were never a Christian. And if he claims he was a former theologian, he should know what the scripture says about Christians, and he should know what it says about false converts and know he was a false convert, not a Christian. So if you're going to stand for truth, stop lying to people. It's a false, it's basically a logical fallacy. You're appealing to an authority that you actually don't have. And it's an appeal to authority that you were a Christian when you never were. I mean, any more than if I was to say that I can answer the question, what is a woman, because I was a former biologist. I mean, I took biology class in high school. Does that make me a former biologist? No, that wouldn't. It would make me someone that's making a false claim. And that's what Jordan and Jared are doing. They're making a false claim to try to be an appeal to authority. And what they're really doing is, well, lying to people. So just so we know who they are. All right. We had some more questions coming in. Let's see. I just accidentally switched off. There we go. So I can't pronounce his first name, but Mr. or Mrs. Gibbon, because I don't know what the first name is.
Gut sick. It's probably made up.
Yeah. Okay. Is this going to be an open room eventually? I'm a PhD student in biology, biological anthropology, and would love to chat with Dr. Lisle. Well, I guess my answer would be, duh. I mean, we got at the bottom of the screen inviting everybody in. If you have any questions or offer challenges, apologeticslive.com. This is an amazing thing of some of these skeptics. They seem to fail basic reading comprehension sometimes and simple common sense. But yes, if you want to come in, you could come in. I was seeing that there was lots of discussion with this next person. Dr. Joel Duff, there's been lots of comments in there with him. And I think did you save this one, Anthony?
I did, because I can't figure out what in the world he means by that.
JL, I guess, is
wow.
Jason
Lisle. Aligning with sugar-free treats, it just devalues your message. I have no clue what that means. But I mean,
okay. All right. What he did ask this one, he said, "You have truth? How arrogant is that? You are saying your interpretation is infallible. You are, I guess his spelling is not infallible. You are placing yourself in the position of being God. You and Eve standing at the tree when you say that." So, Dr. Lisle, would you like to address that?
Well, Jesus was the one who said, "Thy word is truth." And so when I say that the Bible is true, I'm agreeing with my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And how arrogant would it be to say, hey, I'm smarter than Jesus. Jesus was wrong. To say that the Bible's not true is to say you understand truth better than God, I would argue, whose mind determines truth. God is truth. That's why Jesus can say, I am the truth. He can say, thy word is truth, and he can say, I am truth, because he is. Truth is that which corresponds to the mind of God. Regarding interpreting the Bible, I believe that God has the power to write a clear message. I believe that God is not stupid and that he knows how to write a book that can communicate with the creatures that he made in his own image and to whom he gave linguistic ability. And so, to say, well, you're not interpreting it properly. Well, I mean, that we could use that with anything. You could say, somebody says, well, I disagree with you. And I say, oh, I'm glad you agree with me. I said, I just disagree with you. I know I'm interpreting your statement as agreeing with me. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Language has a power to it to communicate. And I'll grant we're fallible creatures and we can make mistakes at times, but God's word has a clarity to it. And I'll grant there are difficult doctrines in scripture, but it's usually the difficulty is in accepting them rather than understanding the meaning of the words. God's word is very clear. People just don't like what it says.
That's right. So let me give one more question. I'll bring a guest in, but Justin Peters asked this question for you, Dr. Lisle. Do you believe nebula, such as the Butterfly Nebula, are stars that exploded, or were they created as we currently see them?
Okay, some from column A, some from column B. The only ones that would be from stars exploding, those would be called supernova remnants. The Crab Nebula is an example of a supernova remnant. It did not exist before the year, when was it? 1034 AD or something like that. I forget the year. But so when Christ was in his earthly ministry, you'd point up your telescope to where the Crab Nebula is today. It wouldn't be there. It's where a star has exploded. But the larger nebulae, like the Orion Nebula, for example, those have existed since creation, in my view. Those are not where stars have expelled gas. There's also a third category where the star makes the nebula, but it's a non-explosive process. And those are called planetary nebula. That's where a star sort of ejects some of the outer layers of its envelope. It's a very gentle process, though. It's non-explosive, and so things like the ring nebula, those would be perhaps the outer portions of a star. So planetary nebula and supernova remnants would be the product of stars that are giving off material either explosively or gently. And then all the other nebula, the really big ones, the Rosetta Nebula and so on, those would be, I think, part of the initial creation. They're not a product of stars.
All right, so we have a guest here. Jordan from Reason to Doubt is here. And so you have a flag behind you. What is that flag?
It's one of the latest iterations of a.
I can't hear him. Can you?
Yeah, you're very low.
Let me make sure it's got the right audio.
Yeah, we'll make sure you get the audio set.
How about now?
There we go.
A little better.
I've got like 4 different mics and it picks
Yep.
yeah, so I think this is a pride flag and it adds like some stripes for trans and stuff. But
So how do you feel about like cultural appropriation?
can you be more specific?
Well, like when one group of people appropriate another culture.
So appropriation in the pejorative term, like taking something without respecting the original culture, without putting in its context, that sort of thing, that is problematic. Sharing culture, of course, is not.
So why do you take the rainbow that is a cultural relevant of the judgment of God on the earth during the flood and use that for pride? That would be problematic in your definition then.
No, I don't think that Christians or the people of the Abrahamic faith have a unique claim on the physical phenomena of rainbows. So,
and where do we know of what a rainbow is?
I don't understand the question.
It comes from the Bible. So you're appropriating. So but you're providing us a great example of someone that, when your worldview collides with itself, you just throw out the evidence and go, "Oh no, it's okay. It doesn't matter."
I reject your baseline assumptions there. I mean, I don't get my definition of a rainbow from the Bible. I don't think most people do either.
That's the whole thing of cultural appropriation. You don't get to define that. The culture does. The ones who had it. So the Bible gets to define that, and you're appropriating that for a different purpose.
I disagree with the premise that the Bible was written by the first people to ever see a rainbow, or that somehow you've got a unique claim. So it's not just the symbol itself. It's also the meaning. It's also lots of
That's right. Other things, where do we have the meaning of the rainbow?
And so while in the Bible, the rainbow is used as a symbol after Noah's flood, that doesn't mean that anyone who ever uses a rainbow after that is culturally appropriating. For instance, you could have someone who had never heard of the Bible and had seen a rainbow and made a symbol out of it.
The meaning of the rainbow outside of the Bible, and
they so they're not necessarily appropriating the symbol. Why? Because it's a completely different context, right? So if I was appropriating it, if I was taking it as like, I don't know, some unique symbol of divine forgiveness, then you might have more of an argument, but that's not.
Well, no, but the thing is that you said the meaning of it, and we know what the Bible says the meaning of it. Outside of the Bible, the rainbow doesn't have any meaning. So you're appropriating it and giving it a new meaning, which is opposite to the one that's the original meaning, which by your own definition would be problematic.
No, it wouldn't. Not by my definition, the way I use it. My definition, the way you're torturing it. I mean, you're straw manning it in front of everybody.
I asked you the question, and because this is the thing that we could do. We could see how you take something, and when asked a question, you answer it, and then when we apply it to you, you just go, "Oh no, let's redefine things."
I'm not redefining it.
Okay,
I'm trying to define it the way that I originally defined it. Now you are taking it and gaslighting me and everybody else in this chat. You absolutely are. And you may not be doing it on purpose. I want to be charitable and believe that you are being genuine, that you believe these things, right? I want to believe that.
Answer this, Jordan. Where do we get a meaning of what the rainbow represents? Outside of the Bible, is there anything that just looking at a rainbow, does that give you a meaning?
The rainbow in and of itself as a physical phenomena has no meaning intrinsic to itself beyond that.
Having a meaning, the only thing that gives it a meaning is the Bible.
No, absolutely not. Humans give it meaning. So
you just said it doesn't from looking at it.
So the meaning, the photons themselves have no meaning, but a human can look at it and infer meaning or put meaning onto that. That's how symbols are made, right? So you have a meaning that you're taking via the Bible, right? That's not how I don't take that meaning anymore anyway. So because I used to identify as Christian. And at that time, I probably would have.
I do appreciate you changing that. I do appreciate you saying.
I mean, I think I was Christian, but I know we're not into that portion of the conversation because for some reason you were really hung up on this flag. I don't know, but
well, I just it was the cultural appropriation that you did by having the flag.
It's not, but I mean,
the where we get the idea of the rainbow has a meaning is from God.
That's where you get it. In your context, which is fine. Different cultures can have different, but the same symbol have different meanings. I'm not taking it from your culture. I'm not getting this from Christian culture.
Because you even admitted that by looking at a rainbow itself, it has no meaning. So the meaning of it comes from the Bible. And if that is
doesn't.
Part of the reason,
Jordan, in all seriousness, I'm just going to be real honest with you. You can claim all you want about your meaning of the rainbow and whatever. The Bible is clear. The rainbow is put in the sky as God's promise never to flood the world again by water, destroy it by water, and because he did judge sin on this earth the first time by water. The second time is going to be by fire. And the first time we see that is only a few chapters after the rainbow's put in the sky when Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed in that way because of rampant homosexuality. And we're going to see it again in the end times when he burns everything up and everybody who is an unrepentant sinner gets put in a lake of fire. And so my biggest issue with you is you've heard the gospel already, and I implore you to repent and put your trust in Christ. Repent and put your trust in his death, burial, and resurrection, because you are outside of God. You are outside of where you are to be. You will be punished for eternity. And I tell you this lovingly, because you can come on here and you can say all you want and you can laugh and you can do everything disparaging in the chat section. But in the end, you're going to face God in Judgment Day, and every idle word is going to be brought in front of him the moment you die. And so,
I'm perfectly comfortable with that.
Well,
I'm perfectly comfortable with my chances, given the evidence I have. All I've done is look at the evidence and come to the most honest conclusion I can from that evidence. And if that's not good enough, then there's nothing more I can do. As an honest seeker of truth, that's all I can do.
Yeah. So what I don't want to do is derail Jason. So I would love for you to ask questions to Jason, and that's why you're on here. And Jordan, I would love for you to come back on the show in the future, and we can discuss this a whole lot further. Because
if you want to get a hold of me, we'll have you on for a longer period.
You guys, hold on. You guys called me a liar. You threw all these things out. You said let's discuss it, and now you're not going to discuss it.
Oh, I'll discuss it.
You're going to back down from. I mean, are you going to back down from the claim that I'm a liar?
When you claim that you're a Christian, a former Christian, now you even when you came in, you changed it. You said you identify as a Christian.
Those aren't mutually exclusive terms. Those aren't mutually exclusive.
A Christian is so. Can you be an American and someone who identifies as American and not actually be American? Are they mutually exclusive?
So you could identify and be mistaken in that identification. That is a logically possible thing.
That has nothing to do with the question. Can somebody? There's a definition of what American is, right? What makes someone an American?
Well, in this context, I'm going to assume you mean something like an American citizen.
Yeah. And there's a definition of what makes someone an American citizen, correct?
Yeah, there are laws about that.
Could someone identify themselves as an American but not be American?
Sure.
Would they be wrong?
They'd be wrong doesn't mean they're lying.
Well, if they know that they're not an American, but they're claiming they were an American, they would be, would they not?
If they know that, if you establish that.
Okay. And so do you know do you know the Bible?
I mean, I've read it. I studied it. I'm always hesitant to say I definitely know X because I try to have intellectual humility, but I know it as much as the next guy probably.
Okay. Do you know 1 John 2:19?
Not off the top of my head, but I'm sure you're about to read it to me.
Well, I did. I already gave it to you. It says that they went out from among us because they never knew us. They went out from us to expose they were not of us. Did you believe that?
So at the time, of course I did. I believe. So here's the thing with the whole lying thing. When I say I was a Christian, what I mean by that is I believed in the death and resurrection of Jesus. I believed that God exists. I was a young earth creationist too, though that isn't necessarily material to the faith. All those things, right? I genuinely believe these things. And so when I say I was a Christian, that is what I mean. Now, you may believe that that is not sufficient for me to be a Christian. You may believe that there's some other qualifier that I didn't meet. That's fine. And maybe I didn't meet it. I don't have access to God's mind, so who knows? But what I won't accept is you telling me that I didn't actually believe the things that I believed, right? So, I mean, if you want to say I was never a Christian because I didn't fit whatever arbitrary standard you want to put on it, that's fine. You can have whatever rule you want.
It's not arbitrary. It's no more arbitrary than saying that what makes someone an American.
You can have whatever standard you wish to have, and that's fine.
No, the Bible
All
does.
I'm telling you is I believe these things.
So why do you claim that you are a former Christian?
Because, for the reasons I just explained, because I went through the rituals of being born again. I believed in the death and resurrection of Christ. I accepted him as a savior, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I did that at one time, and now I no longer do. And so,
well,
if I'm talking to almost everyone else in America, if I say I'm a former Christian, explained it like that, they're going to understand what I mean. And the purpose of
but it's an appeal to an authority when you have a podcast that's going or a YouTube channel that's devoted to challenging Christianity, right?
Well, I wouldn't say that's necessarily its goal. We like to think our goal is to increase skeptical thought and kind of help people think better about claims. I mean, honestly, if I don't convince anyone away from Christianity, I'm totally comfortable with that. I don't care.
Well, let's look at some skeptical thought. Let's look at the creation of the universe. Dr. Lisle would know some things about this. Could the universe have always existed?
Sure.
It could?
But well, hold on. Do you by the universe, do you mean our local instantiation, our visible universe, that sort of thing?
The universe, all of it. Could it have always existed?
So
in other words, is the laws of thermodynamics actually in play, or could they be wrong?
Well, those are two different questions. But if by the universe, you mean like more what some people mean when they say the cosmos, I know these terms are confusing, so like everything that there is, right? Then it is possible that it's possible it could exist forever. I don't think we have the physics knowledge to say for sure one way or the other. There are models that are constructed by cosmologists who are way smarter than me that involve an eternal universe. There are others that don't.
Jason, is it possible for the universe to have always existed?
Well, I'd say no, because of the second law of thermodynamics. The usable energy in the universe is running out, which indicates the amount of time since that energy has existed is finite. Does that make sense?
Yes, though. So the energy itself isn't created or destroyed, but the form of the energy is becoming more entropic over time, right? But there are models such as the Carroll-Chen model that have the direction of entropy flowing in two ways. There are other models that are simply eternal, but not necessarily expanding forever. That would also satisfy that condition. So I don't think that condition in and of itself is enough to disqualify any and all models of the universe.
Well, do we see evidence that the second law of thermodynamics doesn't apply in certain situations?
It certainly applies everywhere within our observable universe.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
So given all the evidence, the second law of thermodynamics, if we understand it properly, the universe cannot be infinite in age.
Well, if we understand it properly is doing a lot of work there. So I think it might be a mistake to assume that we can take the physics that and that, not the physics, but like the mindset that we have right now going through our world today and project it to the past without any modification whatsoever. I mean, certainly when we get to the moment of the Big Bang, and you have degrees in physics, you'd know this better than I do, that once you get down to a certain level, quantum interactions override. So our current understanding of gravity being governed by general relativity doesn't work at those scales, right? So we need some kind of theory of quantum gravity to make definitive predictions in that region. I I don't think I missed the Nobel Prize for quantum gravity. So
You didn't.
yeah, good. So I just wanted to defend myself against the lying claim. I'll hand it off to somebody else if you guys want to go to somebody else. That was
No.
the
Well,
main one.
let me ask a real quick 2 more questions. Then, so if the universe can't have always existed, it's not eternal. Could the universe have created itself?
By created itself, so I want to make sure I'm speaking carefully. If by the universe you meant our visible universe.
No, I've said everything.
I understand. Those words are often used in different ways, so I want to make sure that I'm not misspeaking. If by the universe you mean everything, and assuming first of all that prior to the Big Bang is even a meaningful concept, but assuming that is, and there was some primordial laws of physics, maybe some primordial energy, I don't know, that it could have sprung from in that way, then sure. Causality also gets kind of funny when you get to the physics of that, you know.
Do you believe in the? Well, actually, I'll throw it to Dr. Lisle. Could the universe have created itself?
No. To create, you have to exist. To be created, you have to not exist. So, I think it's philosophically nonsense to say something creates itself. I think as a hypothetical, you can entertain an eternal universe. I don't think you can entertain a universe that creates itself. That doesn't make sense.
So what I mean by created itself is that laws of nature existed such that there wasn't anything external to the universe that did the creating, if that's what it makes sense. If that makes sense. That's why I was trying to distinguish between like our universe with galaxies and stuff. I don't think that bootstrapped itself as a cohesive entity, if that makes sense. I don't know if any of that made sense. So I'm not saying like the galaxy we're living in and the universe we exist in that we can see with a telescope. I don't think that created itself. But I don't think necessarily as a logical possibility you require something outside of natural laws to do the creating.
So you would say that the universe perhaps was created from laws,
or whatever the foundational stuff is that the laws describe.
So from something that's not in itself the universe, from something else.
Yeah, something that's not our observable universe.
Okay.
And I keep trying to
see. I mean, the interesting thing is I would say the universe was created by something that's not the universe. But that doesn't mean the universe created itself. It was created by something else. So
okay.
we're not as far apart as I might have expected at the beginning.
Because Andrew is using universe in one way, and I think we're using universe in a different way. I want to make sure those two aren't conflated. If we're going to define universe as our observable universe, then no, I don't think our observable universe made itself, if that's what you're asking.
Okay.
It may have been eternal, or it may have been something else. I don't know. I honestly don't know the answer.
Well, we have some laws that are helping us though, right? The second law of thermodynamics says that it couldn't be eternal. The second law of logic, the law of non-contradiction, says that it can't have created itself. As Dr. Lisle said, it would have had to first exist. Therefore, you're only left with one option: someone or something created the universe.
No, I mean well, first of all, your first premise that it couldn't have been eternal, I reject that premise.
But you'd have to reject the second law of thermodynamics to draw that conclusion.
No, I don't think so. At least from my understanding as a non-cosmologist, and I know SFT hates it when I admit that I have intellectual limits, but whatever. I try to be honest.
I appreciate your honesty.
Who said? I don't. Who is
standing for truth? It's a big gripe of his that I don't claim to know everything in the universe. I don't know why. In any case, I'm not a cosmologist, but my understanding as a layman is that when cosmologists are building cosmological models, they do it with the second law of thermodynamics in mind. So it's not like they like shutter themselves and don't look at it. They take it into account. That's why Chen's model involves the reversal of the arrow of time, for example.
Well, the steady state, the older version of the steady state, for example, it actually violates the second law of thermodynamics, but the people who held that view would say that's right. The second law of thermodynamics is a good approximation for our system, but on the larger scale, new material can come in that has high degree of order, low entropy, And so that's how they are able to maintain a universe. But my point is, in terms of the observational evidence around us, the second law of thermodynamics is never violated. It's consistent with a universe that has been created a finite amount of time ago and is running down. It's not consistent with a universe that can eternally renew itself. That's not what we observe.
Well,
right?
I don't think anybody today, well, I don't want to say nobody. I don't know of any major organizations or people that posit a steady state in the same way.
Believe it or not, there are some astrophysicists who hold to a sort of a new version of the steady state. And there are folks like Eric Lerner. He's got his own model. It's kind of like the steady state. I haven't studied it a whole lot, but there are some folks who would like to believe in an eternal universe. It's not very popular, but one of the reasons is because you have to account for the second law of thermodynamics, and they have to assume that somewhere out in the universe, I mean, if the universe, all the universe that we observe, the energy is running down. It's going from a high order state to a low order state. Entropy is increasing. Disorderliness, in terms of thermal disorderliness, is increasing. And that cannot happen forever. It can't, because there's, eventually you reach maximum entropy, and then there's no way you can go from there. So anyone who maintains that the universe has always existed must say there are pockets in the universe somewhere where entropy is being reversed. And my point is that we don't observe that anywhere. You can push it to a hypothetical. You can say, well, it's there, but we don't see it. Though we don't see it. That's my point. Does that make sense?
Yes. Two things. First of all, obviously the laws are what we observe here now. That doesn't necessarily mean that all the laws worked in exactly the same way in a quantum regime or something like that, right? So that's one area we could potentially explore. I understand there's some. I know Carol's worked on some models that involve like baby universes, which can then be a mechanism to increase entropy infinitely into the future. So I don't know that I would agree that it can't go on forever. Certainly, like our universe, if nothing else weird happens, it's going to run into heat death, right? So like that I'd agree with. There's a maximum entropy state for our universe as it currently exists.
There is. Yep.
So, I mean, you actually just gave Jordan what I call a great example of a science of the gaps, right? When you don't have an answer for things, you just throw science and say, well, it could be this, hypothetically, it could be that, could be, Dr. Lisle would refer to that as a, rescuing device. But
well, I don't think it's a rescuing device, because I'm not saying that we have an answer necessarily. I mean, it may not be. It could be God, for all I know. I mean, I don't know the answer. I'm saying that there's a gap. Here are some plausible ideas that people much smarter than me are using to investigate it. And perhaps those investigations will come to fruition. Perhaps they won't. I don't know. I'm not saying there's a gap, therefore we will know it. I'm saying there's a gap. Here's some ideas we don't know.
So if we look at the laws that we know of, second law of thermodynamics, the universe couldn't have always existed. Laws of logic, it couldn't create itself. Will you concede that the most logical and scientific thing is that someone or something created the universe?
No.
Okay. So is it that is there any evidence that would convince you?
Oh, that a creator was involved?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
what would that evidence look like?
So kind of generically, that evidence would be something for which no naturalistic explanation is possible. Not just that we don't have it, but that like it cannot happen. I'm thinking without there being another layer to reality that we're not currently aware of. I'm thinking something like, I don't know, someone cuts off Jason's head and then it spontaneously regenerates or something like that.
Like a man who dies on a cross and resurrects himself.
If I were convinced that it happened, that would definitely go.
I just gave you the evidence. So I gave you this. You said if something I let you define what it is, something that couldn't possibly happen. Everything coming from nothing is pretty impossible, and the laws that we know show that it doesn't work. That you can't just shove something and go, well, maybe it could work. So
I never said that everything comes from nothing in the philosophical sense. I never said that. In fact, I think I was careful not to say
in the material sense.
So what do you mean by nothing? Can you explain that?
Nothing is the things that rocks dream of.
Okay, cool. Can you give me an actual definition?
It's nothing.
Okay. Then no, I don't think that everything came from nothing in that sense.
So you
Because
think there was
if there was energy, if there were quantum fields, stuff like that, that's not nothing. Even if there weren't space or time or all that sort of that's not nothing, right? So I don't think I don't think. Well, again, I'm very hesitant to say nobody says something because there's somebody who says something, everything, but I don't think many people posit like actually nothing in the sense of like nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to catch you, Jordan. I'm not. You're probably used to dealing with Christians that I'm guessing that try to catch you in something. I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to get you to thinking because you said you're a skeptic. You said that we should doubt everything. I'm just trying to get you to doubt your own worldview.
I doubt it all the time.
So if the laws reveal that someone or something must have created the universe, why don't you accept that?
Well, I disagree with that premise. I don't think the laws reveal that. In the hypothetical where they did, were I convinced that they did, then of course I'd accept that.
Well, I'm not. I'm using the second law of thermodynamics, the laws of logic.
Again, for reasons I've talked about, I don't agree with your characterizations of the implications of our observations. But if I were persuaded, then I would certainly believe that a creator existed. I mean,
yeah. So let me just talk to you for a moment and say this. I don't think you have an evidence problem, Jordan, and I don't think that any evidence is ever going to convince you, because I don't think that's the problem. I think you have a sin problem. You have a spiritual problem. Okay, it's not the evidence. I mean, we can give you evidence all day, and it won't convince you because there's always a way to explain it away. You're shaking your head.
If I had a dime for every condescending statement like that I've heard in my life, I wouldn't have to work.
It wasn't condescending.
I believe you that you don't think it was. I believe that you didn't intend it to be. But what you're telling me is I am going to tell you what is going on in your mind.
No.
One place where you have access and I don't.
But that's not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is telling you what God has said about all mankind. He said that about me just as much. That we have a sin problem, right? All of us fall short of the glory of God. That includes me just as much as does you. It's not that I'm any better than you. I'm not. It's the fact that every single person has the same problem. We all have a sin problem. It's not an evidence problem.
All I can tell you, as the only person who has access to my brain in this chat, all I can tell you is for me, it is the evidence. If I were convinced of the evidence, I would love. There's a part of me that would love for you to be correct. Why? Because then I wouldn't have to die. I get to live forever. That would be awesome. You know, I super don't want to die. That would be great. And there was a point in my life when I desperately wanted everything you said to be true. So like there was a point when all of my biases were leaning towards you. What persuaded me was the evidence. And I will be persuaded again with evidence. I understand you don't believe me. I understand.
No, I get it.
You don't. I understand. But all I can tell you is if you're telling me the Bible says A, and the only thing I can know is the contents of my brain, and it says B, then all you've told me is the Bible's wrong.
Yeah. So you're not. You wouldn't be convinced by a man rising from the dead. Okay.
That would be pretty convincing to me personally.
Well, that's what Jesus did.
I understand you believe that. I disagree.
Attested to by historical documents, not just the Bible.
Well, in terms of extra biblical sources for Jesus' life, you've got Josephus, and Josephus, you've got the Testimonium Flavianum, which is hotly contested by scholars. Virtually nobody thinks that it existed in its current form, the way it's passed down to us. I think Josephus's works are great at attesting that Jesus did in fact exist. You got Antiquities 20, the reference to James, right? Outside of that, you've got what? Tacitus references that there are Christians.
Well, you have people that claim to be eyewitnesses at the time. You have people who died for a lie. That wouldn't make sense.
So we don't have good records of many people actually dying that would be in a position to know differently. In fact, of all of the disciples, most of the testimonies of their martyrdoms come late second, and mostly 3rd or 4th century. Exceptions that might be Peter. And possibly Paul, depending on what sources you look. But Sean McDowell has done some work on this. You could look at his work, and he says the same thing. Now, I agree that there are stories about it, but those stories are late and not necessarily reliable. The Gospels certainly do record that this happened, but I don't think that they were written by eyewitnesses, or probably nobody even talked to an eyewitness.
So I'll encourage you to get a book called Cold Case Christianity.
Bro, I'm so far ahead of you there.
Well,
I would, you know what?
An expert in eyewitness testimony. He's that. And
why don't we schedule a time? And I would the New Testament history is a hobby of mine. I would love nothing more than to talk New Testament history to you.
Well, that'd be good. We could
be
do
a blast.
Yeah. So, but let me, before I let you go, I just want to share with you, okay, like Anthony did, okay, because my greatest concern for you, Jordan, is where you spend eternity. Okay, it's not about trying to win a debate or having it's really about your soul. Okay, what God has said in His Word is that every one of us knows He exists. We suppress that truth in unrighteousness, right? Now, you're going to claim you don't believe that. Okay. The Bible's going to claim that you're suppressing that unrighteousness. That's not me. I'm not condescending to you. I'm telling you what God, who knows everything, has said. He knows you and I better than we know ourselves. Okay? And if you've ever broken His law, you've ever lied or stolen, done anything that's against His nature, because He's infinitely holy and infinitely just, it has an infinite consequence. That's why Jesus had to come to earth and die. Let me give you one thing real quick. I'll try to be quick because I know someone else is backstage wants to ask Jason some questions. So let me just give you really quick an objective way to evaluate every world religion, okay, and see if it's man-made or not. Right? So objectively, one of the things about human beings is we like to add our own effort to things. We like to boast about ourselves. There's only one world religion that doesn't claim that man can earn his way to getting right with God, and that's Christianity. Every other world religion, it's human effort. Second thing is that it's every other man-made religion is based about a moral system because it's about them doing works. Christianity is the only religion based on a man. A specific person. Why? Because he's fully God, fully man. Being fully God, he can pay an eternal fine. Being fully man, he could be a substitute for us. That is important because it is Christianity is the only religion where you can have a God that is both just and merciful. Justice and mercy are mutually exclusive. And so the fact is, by being fully God, he can pay an eternal fine, the full consequence. That's full justice. Once he paid that, he can now offer mercy. No other religion can offer that because they have to pit justice versus mercy. And when you try to be a little bit just and a little bit merciful, you're neither. So my thing for you to consider is that I know you want to believe that you're right now, but you used to believe one thing and you're saying that you were wrong then.
Oh, I could definitely be wrong.
Okay.
If nothing else my life has taught me is that I am frequently wrong, which is why I try to be very careful about what I believe.
We all are frequently wrong. You're not alone. But you know who can't be wrong? God.
So as a non-believer, I appreciate what you're saying in terms of like your concern for my soul. And if you genuinely believe what you believe, that's where your head should be. I get that. That makes sense. The only thing I'd say is that the Romans 1:20 verse is particularly unproductive when you're talking to someone like me who doesn't agree with your premises. Because even if you're right, the one thing that I feel like I have complete knowledge of is what's going on in my own brain, right? And so if I think what's going on in my brain is A, and it's the thing I'm most confident about in the entire planet, and you say, yeah, but B about that, then you're undermining your own case. So even if you think it's true, I don't think it's a productive tactic to save souls, if that makes sense.
Have there been people who think they're Napoleon or George Washington before and really believe it and wrong?
All I'm saying is if you're trying to tell somebody else what's in the contents of their brain, it's a losing game.
Well, let me ask you this. If I don't believe in gravity and I'm going to walk off the Empire State Building, would you try to stop me?
So there's a difference between me doing something like that to physically prevent you from doing harm to yourself and the rhetorical devices I might use in order to break through your delusion. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying necessarily that what you're saying is wrong. I'm just, for the sake of argument, I'm just going to say you're right. All I'm saying is just as a rhetorical device, it's not particularly effective.
But well, I'm the issue is I'm not okay. So I'm not trying to be effective. I'm trying to.
So you're trying to save my soul, man.
Well, I can't save your soul. Only God can do that.
Okay.
So I can give you what He says, and that's what I'm doing.
I appreciate the chance to come on and defend my good name.
Yeah.
And
I'd
love to talk Jesus history in the future.
I would love to have you. And maybe what we could do is have you and Jim Wallace come in and have a fun talk.
I'll talk to anybody.
All right.
Well, almost anybody.
Well, I appreciate you coming in. My concern is that you would turn from trusting yourself for your good works, turn and trust Jesus Christ and have eternal life. All right.
I appreciate your concern for me.
All right. Well, thank you, Jordan. I hope you come back in. I hope we have far more conversations.
Yeah, Jordan, send an email to us, info@strivingforeternity.org. And we'd love to get you on a show in the future and talk through this a little bit more.
All right, will do.
And so I put it up there so you can see the...
Yeah. Thank you for your kindness in the conversation. We do really care about your soul.
Yep.
And that is the most important thing in all of this. So we'd
right.
love to have you on again.
Yeah.
Bye.
Thanks.
Bye.
All right.
So as you get to the next question, I just had to put this up because now Dr. Dan actually is here, and he says, I cannot believe they're telling us you didn't actually believe it thing. Well, guess what? I can't believe that you call yourself a biologist who works in genetics and don't know what a female is. I'm sorry. This is...
Well, what a woman is.
Well, okay.
Because I'm just, to be precise, that was the question I asked.
I guess that is the question, but they're synonyms as well. So...
Well, maybe for him it's not.
Well, obviously, but somebody did say he's married. So would he call his wife a female? I want to know that. that is the legitimate question.
Well, the thing that's interesting is that the Supreme Court justice who got her job because she's a woman, but can't define what a woman is. I did find that kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we'll get to find out, or did you have son, Anthony?
No. I just want to get back to Jason. So
yep,
he's our special guest.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'll get to some of the questions that came in for you. I think we have the person backstage does have some question. Wants to talk to Jason about his claims of human evolution. So I want to bring them in, and then we'll get to find out, Anthony, whether it's a real name or not that we came up. So it says here, Erica and Gutstick.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Awesome. Yes. No, you got it right. It's Gutstick Gibbon. It's just, we all have silly names on the internet.
No, Andrew Rappaport's not a silly name. So what questions do you have for Dr. Lisle?
Yeah, well, I'm super pleased to be here. I actually, I mentioned this in the side chat, but I just got done watching. I was listening to it while I was at the gym today. I was listening to Dr. Lisle's interview over on Revealed Apologetics. And, as a student in biological anthropology, for the record, my background is I got my bachelor's degree. I was a pre-vet track. So I did all of the spooky STEM sciences, a year of inorganic chem, a year of vochem, a year of physics, and a semester of biochem. And I was super glad when I worked at a vet clinic and decided it wasn't for me. And I moved on to get my master's of research in primatology. So my specialization is sort of in primates, as I would call them, our closest living relatives, which I'm sure you guys may disagree with, but I'm hoping to kind of make my case today and kind of ask Dr. Lisle where he's at on a couple of things, because I heard some stuff that you were saying in that interview that I would staunchly disagree with, and I would kind of like to hash that out with you if that's all right.
All right.
I know this is a stream about the Big Bang, so if you would rather talk about that, I certainly also have questions on your anisotropic model that I could ask. So it's really up to you and the hosts on what we want to discuss here.
I'm happy to try and answer the questions on hominids. Now, I'm not an expert in that area. My PhD is in astrophysics, but if I don't know, I'll just say I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's super fair. All right. So I found it very interesting that you made the case that Australopithecus afarensis and indeed other Australopiths are non-bipedal. How would you back that up?
Their hip structure is not designed. Our hip structure, the way it points forward, theirs is splayed out to the side, a bit like a chimpanzee. Their phalanges are curved, which is typical for tree-dwelling primates. Our feet are unique, really, for walking upright. The structure of the neck, the typical rib cage, I guess that's less definitive. The angle of the shoulder, which is designed for hanging. We humans don't do that too well. We get sore. When you were a kid, if you were hanging on the monkey bars, your shoulders get sore after a while because we're not designed for that. But mainly the hip structure, the feet, the angle of the knee, and so on. There's others, but those are some of the ones that I'm aware of.
So perhaps you would take offense then, or not offense, that's the wrong word. You would have a problem with how Owen Lovejoy and colleagues, Donald Johanson, reconstructed the hip. That would be your problem there. So I've actually looked into this. I hear this from a lot of creationists because I am actually an agnostic. I have no problem with theism, but I vehemently disagree with young Earth creationism in particular. And with regard to Lucy's pelvis, I actually have gotten to see many Australopith material myself. I've spent much of the summer in Kenya, and I can tell you, for a fact that the reconstruction that Owen Lovejoy did of Australopithecus afarensis or Lucy's hip is correct. And the reason is because in order to get that thing into a chimpanzee morphology, you have to actually add bone in order to force a fusion at the pubic symphysis. You can't get it to fuse in the middle unless you had extra bone. If you force it into the chimp shape, there's a gap about this wide. And Lucy's children would literally be falling out of her. So there is actually no biomechanical way. And I had a buddy of mine who studies hips, pelvis in particular, here at my university, drum up some models that I'm hoping to use in an upcoming video to show exactly what it would look like if, for instance, the answers in Genesis reconstruction were correct. The ilium, the ischium, and the pubis, as well as the sacrum, cannot be maneuvered into a quadrupedal stance. It is definitively a biped. As for the knee, you've made some points in your sort of conversation on Revealed Apologetics that, well, other apes have valgus knees, but not to the degree that humans do. Humans and Australopiths actually, while they overlap with gibbons and orangutans, it's a tiny overlap, and the Australopith range is firmly within the human range. Now, the feet are a different story because Lucy doesn't have any feet. However, we have more Australopiths than Lucy. Not only do we have others within Australopithecus afarensis, such as the Dakika child, but we also have others within the genus. So Australopithecus sediba, Australopithecus africanus, Australopithecus garhi, I could go on. And among them, we actually have several full feet, and the toe cannot be reconstructed not in line and with the three arches. The very last case that I would make is that Lucy's foramen magnum, or the hole at the base of her skull, is necessarily anterior. So she couldn't, if she were moving like a chimpanzee, her head would be cranked like this. It's actually a very good way to tell how something moved is the location of that hole at the base of the skull. So I don't think any case can be made that this animal, as someone who studies and has seen these fossils, for herself, I don't think that case can be made. And I'm currently working my way through Sanford and Rook's Contested Bones, where I just went through sentence by sentence their Australopithecus chapter. And I found quite a bit wrong with that as well. All my citations are in that video. So if you don't take me at my word, you can look into that. So thank you for letting me monologue.
Sure, thank you. So to be clear, I want to make sure I understand the hip structure. You're saying that the hip structure is much like a human's, where it actually kind of points forward with a...
Yes, it's a bowl shape.
Okay.
The ilia, or the blades of the pelvis, are more sort of coronal is the orientation that we would use than what we see in modern humans. However, they're very similar to what we see in some of the other early hominins that, at least on Revealed Apologetics, you would consider firmly human. So my point here is that it's very difficult to draw a line between what is human and what is not, which is why sometimes I see Answers in Genesis and ICR. I know you're not affiliated with either of them, but just as a point of note, disagree on which are firmly human and which are firmly ape.
Well, yeah, I mean,
so that's kind of...
Well, I appreciate that. I'll have to look into the data to see, to check on that. Tell me a little bit more about the feet. You're saying the feet do not have curved phalanges?
No. The phalanges are curved. You're absolutely correct in both the hands and the feet. In fact, I'm a firm believer that the curved phalanges, that Lucy was not spending all her time on the ground. Of course, many humans forage in the trees today, and many apes forage on the ground today. Non-human apes, I would say. But the critical part is she does not have. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that the claim is not that that she never could walk. We think she could knuckle walk. I think that every creationist I know of believes that. But if she has curved phalanges on her feet, it seems like that would not be the normal. Walking like we do would not be the normal mode of locomotion.
No, I would argue that the bipedalism that she engaged in was not identical to modern humans. In fact, the Liptoli footprints don't show a human gait. This is something I also hear from creationists a lot. And I have an excellent biomechanics paper where what the researchers did is they took chimpanzees, humans, chimpanzees walking upright, humans, and the Liptoli footprints. And they had chimps and humans walk in an ash trail that's the same consistency of the Liptoli prints. And then they took casts of the hunter-gatherer humans, so humans that spend all day barefoot, and the chimpanzees, and they compared them to the Liptoli footprints. The biomechanics are intermediate. They are not human and they're not chimpanzee. So Lucy, because probably of these curved phalanges, she moved upright definitively. So this animal, and I hear the knuckle walking thing. Only Brian Richmond actually claims that, and I have to tell you, as someone who presented at the ABAs in this past year, no anthropologist that I am aware of, other than Brian Richmond, is really arguing that Lucy even had that knuckle walking complex in the carpals. It's quite slight, and you can find very much in the same way that you talked about the Valgasnian orangutans and in gibbons, you can find slight traces of it in animals that don't knuckle walk today. So the point is that her entire suite is definitively bipedal, and that's something, because I think that, I'm sure you know Todd Wood and some of his students, young Earth creationists, who very much accept that Lucy was bipedal. They still don't think she's human. And that is more of a conversation that I'm willing to have. But I have this conversation so often with young Earth creationists who say, no, she's a knuckle walker and she's quadrupedal, and she biomechanically couldn't be.
Well, I appreciate that. It's interesting. It's outside my field of expertise. It's something you might want to talk to Martin Lubenow about that, because a lot of the information I got was from him, and he is an expert on that kind of stuff. And
David Menton covered a lot of it as well.
Okay, and he's a solid guy. He'd be open to correction if you can show him data, I'm sure. I kind of rely on him because he knows the field better than I do, but by all means, share that with him, and we'll make the corrections if they're necessary.
Sure, and the only reason I'm asking you about the fossils is because in the interview you said, I'd love to talk about fossils. I wouldn't be dive bombing you if you hadn't made it clear that you were cool with talking about this, because I know how it is when you're talking outside of your field, and it's easy to get stuff right. If we were talking astronomy or astrophysics, I can't remember, I think it was astrophysics, yes?
I'm sorry, you cut out there for just a minute.
I was asking, let me just put it this way. If we were in your field, I would be making mistakes as well. My second thing I kind of wanted to talk about is the human-chimpanzee genetic similarity, which is something that you also mentioned on Revealed Apologetics, and I've actually tackled this quite a bit. I know some people who are involved in sequencing. Svante Pabo just won the Nobel Prize the other day for his work with Neanderthals. So biological anthropology involves a lot more genetics than it used to. So unfortunately for me, we have to learn a lot of genetics, at least in my graduate coursework. And I looked. Let me ask.
Hold on one second. Can you define a woman for us?
Are you trying to derail this conversation?
No, I'm just making sure we're going to go down some good routes tonight. So, like, if
I'll tell you what.
I was going to ask that later in a different way, but I'd be curious to the answer. I'll explain why after you answer.
Well, do you want to go down this avenue right now, or do we?
I mean, this should be a 10-second answer, so yes.
Maybe not.
I would perhaps have a more long-winded answer than you would.
Okay, so then let's just carry on. Do you have any questions for Jason now?
Let me just ask this then. If we looked at the fossils, would we be able to tell the difference between a male and a female?
It depends on which species and it depends on which population.
Humans.
Because in archaeology, we frequently have to reassign sexes after DNA studies because the morphology alone can sometimes trick us. It's not always as cut and dry.
So from the bone structure,
You can absolutely, generally speaking, you can, but there are exceptions, and you can look to the archaeological record and how much reassigning we've done to prove that.
so it would be the exception, not a norm.
I would say that generally speaking, the morphology that constitutes a female is clockable as far as versus a male in the fossil record.
So do you think that the amount of exceptions that we have in the fossil record would match the exceptions we have now in our generation of people claiming that they're different?
I have no idea. Unfortunately, that's not I don't really study very much culture stuff. I'm not a cultural anthropologist. I just do the bones and I do the fossils. I do the primates.
So, all right, because I do know we got 15 minutes left. We do have a couple people backstage still, but
Unless, of course, we go Anthony time.
well, Anthony time is when we go, because when Anthony hosts, we always end up going longer. But that's up to Dr. Lisle.
Oh, sure. I don't want to hold anybody up unnecessarily. If there are people in line, I don't want to hold them back.
No, I'll leave that up, Dr. Lisle. Do you want
Go ahead and ask about the genome.
Yeah, I was curious. Do you get your numbers there? Because I heard you mention the 80%, 84% number. Do you get that from Dr. Tompkins by chance?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. I have a huge problem with how Tompkins did his work because Tompkins doesn't weight his sequences. So a base pair length that would be, let's say, 30 base pairs long, that is 85% similar between a chimp and a human. He weights those as identical to a 30,000 99% similarity, which, as a guy who does a lot of math, I'm sure you know is not how this is done. And I thought I was kind of crazy when I first saw that. So I double checked with some other sort of people who are involved in genomics. Because again, it's not my specialty. I'm not a geneticist. I was like, am I crazy with this? And they downloaded his supplementary information, and that is correct. He doesn't weight his data. And that is, in my opinion, why he's seriously underestimating the numbers. As I'm sure as a math guy, you would agree that that's going to give you something that's not how we compare human genomes, for instance, in a paternity test. Mm-hmm. You do full genomes and you weight the sequences. So, and I understand that as a young Earth creationist, if Lucy walks up right and if humans are 98.8% similar, you can still be a young Earth creationist, and those can still be true. But I have other reasons why I don't like young Earth creationism that we don't have time to talk about today. But that being said, I would really like it if we were all, sort of being objective with the data. And I'm not saying that you aren't, because we all have to trust experts. And if you're hearing experts tell you one thing, and it just so happens that they can be right, they can be wrong. My experts can be right and wrong. So it's one of those things where we just have to team up and make sure we're all looking at the right stuff.
Well, please contact Jeff Tompkins over at ICR and express your concerns. I'd love to see how he responds to that.
One of my friends actually submitted something to the Answers Research Journal as a correction a few years ago, but it never went through. So maybe he has a direct number that's easier to get a hold of, but I digress. I apologize for taking up so much time. Dr. Lisle, do you by chance, do you answer emails? Because I would love to pick your brain on your anisotropic model sometime.
I try, but I got to tell you, I get more emails than I can possibly answer. But if you go to our website, you go to our website, biblicalscienceinstitute.com. There's a contact us. They come in, I read them. There's more than I can answer, but I'll try.
Perfect. I'll put that's given in the title, so you're like, I remember that lady with the glasses from the show.
All right.
All right. Thank you, guys. I'll hop out.
Erica, I really appreciate you coming in. I like the way that you present yourself. I do appreciate very much that, in these areas where this can be very, it's very personal for people. It can be very sensitive. And I really like the demeanor in which you carry yourself. I think that you really try to present fairly different sides. And so I just wanted to commend you. There was a comment that I put up earlier. Someone said, and I forget who it was, but someone else had commented that I put up when you were talking about. I'm trying to look for it, but there we go. You got it. Thanks, Anthony. Erica was cordial, credit where credit is due, and I think that's that's from Standing for Truth. So, and I think Standing for Truth is right there. You really are cordial with this, and we'd love to have you come back in anytime, and maybe over my head, maybe Anthony would know more of some of the stuff you're talking, because it's not my realm of expertise. But
that's why we have experts, right? We all trust each other in the areas that we've had our education, and that we've had our experience. So that's what I try to do. So I'm glad this was very fun for me. Thank you for having me again.
So before you go, real quick, can I ask you a couple quick questions?
Yes, by all means. You listen to mine.
So, do you consider yourself to be a good person?
I try my best to be.
Okay. Can I test that really quick?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever told a lie?
Yeah.
Okay. What would that make you?
Probably a liar.
Yeah, not probably. That's what we are when we lie, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you and I would both be liars. Have you ever stolen anything, regardless of value, regardless how long ago?
As a little kid, I don't remember, but I'm sure I did it. I was a little bit of a rapscallion, so.
Well, music off the internet, maybe?
Ooh.
Okay.
I will not verbalize my response.
Yeah, that kind of catches anybody under like 40. All right. So if you've stolen anything, what would that make you?
Probably a thief.
Well, right now, a lying thief, right?
A lying thief.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
So I'm in the same boat. Have you ever murdered anybody?
No, that I've not done.
Okay. What I'm actually doing is walking through the 10 commandments, right? Thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not murder. Though we think we're pretty good on the last one, God says that he doesn't just judge our actions, but judges our heart. He says if we're ever angry with someone, he'll judge that as murder of the heart. Have you ever been angry with somebody?
Yes.
Okay. Not me, I hope, right now.
No, I'm having a good time.
Good. All right. So if you're one of the 160,000 people that were going to die today, and God judged you by his commandments, he would look at you, just from the three we looked at, as a lying, thieving, murderer at heart. Now, by that standard, would you be innocent or guilty?
By that standard, I would be guilty. I imagine all of us would be.
Absolutely right. Every one of us would be. Would we deserve heaven or hell? Now, what do we want? We all want heaven. But what would we deserve if we violated God's law?
If my understanding of the text is correct, God would say that we deserve hell.
Correct. Does that concern you at all?
So it does and it doesn't. I told you at the beginning I'm an agnostic, so I'm an eternal fence sitter. I acknowledge when I don't know things, and I don't make claims about things that I don't think can be known. That's why I like science, because it's easy and the answers are mostly clear cut, except when the data is.
I have a feeling that there's a lot of people would disagree with what you just said. That science is easy.
That's possible. To me, it's easier than the philosophy stuff, though. That stuff goes right over my head. So I do my best with it, but yeah, I'm an agnostic for a reason. I think it's difficult to make claims about the existence or non-existence of God. I think that maybe God does exist. I don't know. I try my best to live as a good person, because it's my hope that if God is the tri-omni God that is presented in the Bible and in some other religious texts, that he would know my heart and my intentions, and he would know that if certain things were presented to me, I would become a full believing Christian. And if at the end of my life I'm not there, then God would know the things that would have gotten me there. So I would hope that he would judge me on the heart, and everything else that would happen would be out of my hands.
Well, actually, you're right. He will judge us on our heart, and that's the troubling thing, because not only will he judge us as if we're angry with someone, that he would consider that murder. If we lust for someone, he considers that adultery. But here's something to think about. The average human being makes about 20,000 decisions a day. The first and greatest commandment is to love the Lord our God with all our mind, heart, soul, and strength. So how many times a day, with every decision that you make, think of all the decisions, whether to brush your hair, whether, what clothes you wear, everything. How many of those decisions can we honestly say we make because we love God?
I mean, because I'm an agnostic, I would argue that none of them would be because of that.
Okay.
I would hope that God would be aware. My hope, let's put it this way, if you three are right, my hope is that God made me, as he says in the text, you know, he knew every hair on my head, knitted me together in the womb. My hope would be that he knows me well enough to know what it's going to take to change my mind, and to kind of pull me over, I guess, because some people get convinced. So clearly, you know, the deck is stacked in favor of some people. And I don't know if God is up there, you know, watching all of this go down. I don't know if he has favorites or if it's, you know, predetermined or what. But you know, my hope would be that I'm in the you know, the winning stack, the making it through stack, and that eventually I'll be convinced. But if I'm wrong, then you know, I'm wrong.
Well, the thing is, and I don't want you to be in the wrong category, right? Because I care where you spend eternity, and so the thing is, this is why Jesus came, being fully God. He can pay the fine that we owe. And that's why he died. He paid the punishment that you and I deserved. He paid that in full so that we could be set free. So Christ paid the punishment back at the cross. And so the thing is that, you know, you're saying, well, God would do, maybe God, you know, maybe he directed you in here tonight to hear this message. So for you to consider this, right? Because you know you're going to die one day, right? Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
We're all going to die.
All end up there.
Yeah. And so my concern is where you spend eternity. And so the parting words that I'd have for you is, you know, in what you were saying is, you know, your heart. Well, the reality is God's going to judge your heart. And by your own admission, you're doing like 20,000 decisions a day, 20,000 times a day, times 364 days a year, times however old you are. And that's just the first commandment. I mean, we got a really long rap sheet, you and I both.
Oh yeah.
Right?
If with all due respect, in my case, I would hope that you're wrong on the standards that I'm judged, but we'll see.
Yeah, but that's God's standard. And so, and I don't like it any more than you do, right? Because I'm accountable to it just as much. But what I had to do is stop looking at myself as a good person or my good works. In my case, it was neither of those. I knew I wasn't a good person and I didn't do good works. Okay. I was a wicked kid. But in my case, I thought it was my Judaism that was going to save me, that I was born of the line of Abraham and therefore I was going to heaven based on that, because that's what I was told. Right. And so I had to realize that wasn't going to get me right with God. I had to turn and trust what Jesus did on the cross at that payment. And that's the only payment that could be, because of who he is, being an eternal being. And therefore, that's the only thing we could trust in for eternal life. Does that at least make sense?
Oh, I'm definitely picking up what you're putting down. I'm hearing you out. And if you guys are correct, then I hope my mind changes. On the other hand, I kind of hope you're not. I kind of hope that eventually, you know, that when I die and I'm at the pearly gates, you know, that it's sort of the. Did you guys ever read Ted Decker's The Circle by chance?
I think I read that a long time ago.
He had a very interesting take on salvation, and the take. You know, he's a Christian fiction author.
Yeah.
And I really, as a kid, I really liked the take that he had. And I hope that if you know, Christianity is correct, I hope that it's this take. And that was the idea that, you know, God basically makes sure that everybody makes it, no matter how many times the universe has to, you know, play out, you know, with certain people, certain things happening in different ways, and that it's his ultimate plan for everybody to make it in the end. I sincerely hope that is the case, but I can't know.
Well, I would argue you can know. I'll tell you how. You have a sense of right and wrong. You have a sense of justice, don't you?
I do. I think.
Okay.
It may differ from other people's.
Yeah. Well, and when the Bible says we're created in the image of God, it's because we have certain attributes that we get from God, ones that chimpanzees don't have, right? There's an immaterial part of us.
Ooh. As a primatologist, I would challenge you on that.
Yeah, well, I threw that in for fun.
Perhaps another time.
Well, and that's what I was hoping for, is that you'd come in so we can discuss that some more. But the thing is that we have a sense of justice because God is just, and so we know that wrong has to be punished. And as much as I agree with you, that's why universalism is just, it's so satisfying to think about, because you're just not thinking about the bad, but that's not, if we're going to look for truth, that's not what's true, because we know it, I would argue, inherently, because we have a sense of justice. If we break a law, there should be a punishment, a consequence, right? And so we know that, and we keep talking about it.
What if the consequence wasn't forever? What if instead it's like prison, like you do your time and then that's it?
Yeah. Well, he says it's forever throughout the scriptures. In Daniel chapter 12:2, and I usually go to this one specifically because it has where no one questions eternal life. Okay. People want to believe that there's eternal life, but it speaks of eternal life and eternal condemnation in the same time. That eternal condemnation is what we refer to as hell.
But isn't God outside time?
Well, God is, I would say.
You think we will be when we're dead?
I don't think so. No.
So you think perhaps I'm asking this purely out of curiosity. Are angels constrained by time, or is it just mortal beings?
I believe angels are constrained by time. There's scriptural evidence for that. I can go into detail if you want.
It's God and then everyone else. So the idea would be that it's eternal for mortal beings, but to God that the time basically doesn't matter. What about annihilationism? What if you just blip out of existence?
So it's not that time doesn't matter. He can work with.
I'm just curious about something. Hold on a second. So, Erica, what church did you grow up in?
What church did I grow up in? A hybrid. We spent some time going to Church of Christ, some time non-denominational.
Okay. You have obviously some type of.
My dad's a big Martin Luther fan. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I grew up actually a young Earth creationist. And now I study human evolution. So I guess that didn't quite hash out the way. My parents actually aren't young Earth creationists. My dad's a physician. He just doesn't really care either way, I guess. But he's a radiologist, a nuclear medicine guy, and he's a big Martin Luther fan. That's like his main guy. So we have conversations all the time about faith and things like that. And he has certain opinions that I don't know if you guys would agree with. I don't know if you would disagree with. But yeah, I'm not out here in the void.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. So, Jason, I don't know if you wanted to answer a question earlier about the angels. There's probably other people that want to hear that.
I think I did. I just didn't know if she wanted the details. But angels, I think, are constrained with time. There's a passage in Daniel where an angel is delayed for a period of time. So that indicates that they are temporal beings. And they're created. So they're created at a point in time. So God alone is beyond time. It's not that he's outside of time. He's beyond time. He can come with it. He can come into time and do things, and he has. But his understanding of time is superior to ours because he created it. So that's why he can declare the end from the beginning, as the Bible says in Isaiah chapter 45.
When, in your opinion, did he create time?
At the beginning. It would have to be the first thing that he created by biological necessity.
So I'm just trying to get this straight, right? So if God creates time in the beginning and the serpent or Satan tempts Eve on, sometime after day 7, perhaps even sometime after day 7.
Yep.
When did Lucifer fall?
Sometime after day 7.
So you think they were created on day?
You're cutting out a little bit. I'm sorry.
Day 1, and then he screws up and fixes it. Oh, sorry. My internet. My husband is on the computer in the other room, so I think he's messing around on the computer and it's killing our signal. I was going to say, so do you think angels are created on day 1 or one of the days as well? And that Lucifer falls in 6, he messes up that fast?
Yeah. I believe angels were created at some point in the creation week because everything in heaven and earth was, according to Exodus 20:11. And then Satan would have had to have fallen before he tempted Eve because he's wicked at that point. Obviously. So it'd have to be sometime after day 7. He was created during the 6 days and fell very shortly thereafter.
That's interesting. I've not ever heard that before. That's an interesting take. I'm taking up so much time. I don't want to. I feel like I'm sucking up all the time like a big time leech. So I'm gonna let you guys go. But thank you for the stimulating
Erica,
conversation.
I'll let you know
And
that
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
we got some folks saying here. Melissa is saying, I really hope Erica joins the show again sometime. So people appreciate you coming in, and we'd love to have you. I really would.
Hey, you tempted me with that chimpanzee comment. You might get more than you bargained for.
Well, hey, that's fine. I don't mind. I put up on the screen how you can get a hold of me. So if you do want to come in, we could give you more time. It's info@strivingforeternity.org.
Sure, I've got I actually have y'all's link pulled up in another tab because I had to get in here. Is that findable on the tab as well? On the website?
On the website, it's in there somewhere.
Yeah, well, you can contact us through the website strivingforeternity.org. There's a contact form there, and yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to you more. But consider what we shared with you, because we don't know if today could be our last day on Earth. For all of us, and so it's something to really consider.
I do my best to take it all in, Andrew. I do my best. That's what I can tell you I will do. I will do my best to digest the information.
Well, if you go back and look at the comments, there's a lot of people said they're praying for you. So
okay. Thank you very much, everyone. I appreciate it.
All right. Well,
Bye,
thanks
everybody.
for coming in. Bye. All right. So Dr. Lisle, we have two more people backstage that had some questions, but it's up to you time wise.
Yeah, go ahead.
They're going to be more friendly. I think
she was very friendly. I enjoyed chatting with her, and I appreciate that she, we need to get our facts right. And if somebody challenges me on something, especially if it's outside my area of expertise where I'm appealing to an expert, I need to double check that. So I do appreciate that. That being said, though, ultimately it's not genetic or physical similarity that makes us different from apes. We're made in the image of God, and that's something that you can't detect that in a fossil.
So before I go to the next test, it's funny looking at the comments. We have things like people saying it's Anthony time, which Anthony time is anytime we go over 2 hours, because Jason, when I was moving and things like that, and Anthony took over the show, and you see here from Melissa, yay, Anthony time. Anthony would always go long. But I noticed another thing that people are commenting on, like people think I'm forgetting things, and I'm seeing Jason Cave is saying my pillow ? Melissa's like, don't forget about my pillow. It almost sounds like people want to know where they could get a great pillow. That's what I think. Jason, do you happen to have a my pillow? No. Oh, we got to solve that problem. The place to go is mypillow.com and use the promo code SFE to get not only a great discount, but to let them know that you heard about it here, because that helps them to continue sponsoring us. And so they do sponsor us. And so I do, as Anthony can attest to, I was at his house recently, and I drove out there with my pillow. So I love their products. It's not that I'm just doing it because they support the show, that I've actually used their products for years. Actually, I was my pillow was set up in Costco once, and I actually ended up doing a better job selling the pillows than the sales guy because I just walked by and he's talking to me, and I'm like, I love my pillow. And people are like, really, why? So I started explaining why, and he ended up getting like 5 sales, and he gets commission. And like I was walking away, he goes, I should really give you a finder's fee. I'm like, you should. He never did. But no, they make some absolutely great products. Love their products. I'm wearing the slippers right now, and they're good. I go through slippers. I don't know why. I'm harsh on slippers. I don't know why, but my slippers have lasted for a year, which I don't have any others that last that long. So, but if you go to mypillow.com or call 1-800-873-0176, that's 800-873-0176. Use promo code SFE to get a good discount. So that, I hope, satisfies the people that were asking for the MyPillow break. I think they just wanted to go get themselves a cup of coffee and stay up for the rest. No. So let's bring Cole back in. And I'm guessing that Colin's not there anymore. He went to bed.
Yeah, Colin, we had to put him up. Yes. Put him up in the bunk.
I was going to say, Andrew keeps saying Colin. It's Colin. Like, I've been meaning to you multiple times. But I'll be seeing you on Sunday.
Yeah. Potluck.
Potluck, that's right. Every time Cole's church has a guest preacher in, they do they do a potluck. So yeah, I'm excited. You guys always have great food. A lot of farmers in your church.
Hmm. We know where to get the good stuff.
Yeah, well, I'll be there soon. So go ahead. You had a couple questions for
I
Jason.
did. I hope the first couple are quick. But is there? I've watched a lot of your videos in the past, things about fractals and Mandelbrot set. Is there any evidence of that in astrological evidence, or however you know what I'm saying?
Fractals, yes. The Mandelbrot set specifically, no. But fractals, yeah. The structure of galaxies in terms of the when you look at the way galaxies cluster, it's fractal.
Interesting. Do you have any? Do you have talks on that where I could find them?
I don't. Sorry, it's just something I've looked at. I've looked at the Sloan Digital Sky Survey data, and there are structures within structures within structures. I don't know how far it goes. In the physical universe, it can't be infinite, at least infinitely small, because you get down to atoms and they're non-fractal. And even once you get to a galaxy, it's not fractal at that point. But the way galaxies are structured in terms of the voids and strings is fractal.
Interesting.
Mhm.
Have you looked into hydroplate theory?
Yeah, a bit. Yeah, that's Walt Brown's idea.
Yeah, I do not see him. I've only ever seen his videos on it, and there are some people who have uploaded their own, like they've recapitulated it in multiple things on that. Is there anything in that you found is maybe non-biblical or whatnot?
Well, in terms of it's a scientific model that tries to explain how the flood occurs. I'm not sure that I have any biblical issues with it. The issues with it would be on the scientific front. Yeah.
True.
And there have been a number of scientists who have challenged him on a number of issues. That his idea that the flood was the source of comets, that just doesn't work. Danny Faulkner did a great refutation of that. So there are definitely aspects of it that are wrong. I'm not. He's a nice guy. He's a creationist. I'm not trying to disparage him, but I don't think the model is something that I would want to follow. I think Baumgartner's model is better. It's not infallible either. Only the Bible's infallible. We got these different models, but I currently favor the Baumgartner runaway subduction model.
Okay. And about your theory on speed of light, has anybody done any answers to that, or peer reviewed, or tried to refute that?
So in a way, it's two questions, because there's the idea that the one-way speed of light cannot be measured, and therefore it's stipulated. That's called the conventionality thesis, and I didn't originate that. Einstein talked about that. He may not have even been the first, but he was one of the first.
Okay.
And that's been discussed for over a century. There are papers going back into the early 1900s that discuss this issue. Not everybody was on board with it right away. Not everybody was on board with Einstein right away. He was challenged, and so they would challenge the conventionality thesis. Malamut, for example, did a paper where he challenged that, and then in a later issue, there's a response to it. Sarkar and Stachel showed that Malamut made some assumptions that invalidate his result. So I would say, yeah, it has been challenged. Now, in terms of people challenging me specifically, I haven't seen any on the conventionality thesis, because I'm an advocate of the conventionality thesis. I believe it's correct. I think it's actually provable, which is not easy in science. Few things in science are actually provable. But
can you give a short description of what that is?
Of the proof, you mean?
No, of what that conventionality thesis is.
So the conventionality thesis is the position that the speed of light in one direction only cannot be measured. The point that the speed of light from A to B cannot be objectively measured without first tacitly assuming it. The round trip speed we can measure. You can send a beam out to a mirror, bring it back. You know the distance between the two, and it has to travel that twice. You divide by the time, and that is the average speed of light, what we call the round trip speed of light. And that is always 186,282.397 miles per second in vacuum. Nothing can change that. But the one-way speed, it could be quick that way and slower this way. It can be anywhere between 1/2 c, so half the canonical speed of light, or infinity. Those are the two limits. Beyond that, you run into causality issues. And so the conventionality thesis is the position, though speed of light in one direction cannot be measured, but in fact must be stipulated. And that defines what we call synchronized clocks that are separated by a distance.
Right
That's
on.
the conventionality thesis. Now, so there have been a few people that have tried to pick at that, but not in any serious way. And I don't think there haven't been any physicists in peer-reviewed literature that have challenged the thesis lately. There have been many throughout the 20th century. And then again, in the next issue, their criticism is refuted by somebody else. In terms of challenging my model takes that convention and says, that's the convention the Bible's using when God describes the creation of the universe. And I've added some additional assumptions on top of that. So the model is, although it's based on scripture, it's, we have to go beyond the text to make scientific hypotheses to test. And people have tried to challenge that, but I haven't seen anyone that was not easily refuted. A friend of mine, Ron Samick, did a little swipe at it in a journal article, and then I pointed out in the next issue he had assumed that time dilation was negligible, so he'd made a mistake in reasoning. And then I've had some critics that have tried to argue against it. There's a BioLogos article that I'll probably do a point-by-point response to it at some point, but I've really already answered all the objections in various literature. Because sometimes people will say, well, Maxwell's equations demand the one-way speed of light to be the same in all directions. No, they don't. They just require the round-trip speed to be the same. And that would have to be the case because, I'm going into too much detail. But the bottom line is I haven't seen anybody challenge it in a serious way. And I have seen some interesting, some people that are catching on to the conventionality thesis, maybe not to my model, but the fact that the one-way speed of light can't be objectively measured without assuming it. And therefore we can potentially be seeing the universe in real time. Somebody did a wonderful YouTube video on it. And it was funny because the response to the video was very positive. I mean, I write a paper demonstrating this is the case. And they're like, oh, that Lisle, he's what would he know about this? He's only an astrophysicist. But then it comes out on YouTube and people are like, oh, it's great. It's been fact checked now. So we can trust it. It's on YouTube. So it's actually a good video though. I would recommend it.
How do I find that video?
It's somewhere about, do we really, if you do a search for YouTube, do we really know the speed of light or something like that? Or the speed of light can't be measured. What they really mean is the one-way speed, but I don't believe they had that in their title. And they do a video showing some of the things I've been talking about for the last decade, and they do it well.
Are you talking about Veritasium?
Why no one has measured the speed of light.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah. I remember you posting a video. That's an excellently done video. Now they're not Christians. They have, or he's not a Christian. He's got some other whacked out views in some of the other videos, but that video is well done. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I remember when you posted that. And plus, I was looking for my copy of your book. I can't remember the title of it, but you go through this in one of your books. Yeah.
The Physics of Einstein. There's 3 chapters on, this issue.
Yeah. So that's a great book for y'all to go out and get. I will also tell you, Jason, that my son's homeschool co-op here in the Cleveland, Ohio area, they are doing a logic class right now based off of your book.
Oh, wonderful. Glad to hear it.
So they're going through it all this year. I've already had my son go through it in the last year, and now they're doing it as a class. So
that's great.
I'm excited for it. It's a great book.
Well, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I actually led a Sunday school class, a series of Sunday school classes where we took the people who attended through that book, and we recorded them. So those are actually going to be made available within the next few weeks. Actually, we should have that out as a product. So maybe churches can use that 10 classes on logic for your Sunday school.
So are you teaching through that book?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
So, okay. You will have to let me know when those come out because I'm sure that the teacher at the school is going to want to use that in the co-op. So, that is great. So while Andrew is gone somewhere, I have no idea. Let's go through a couple of questions we have here. Lene Mincer, Dr. Lisle, do you think Venus or Mars would have been habitable before the fall?
Well, that's an interesting question. I don't think so. There's not a lot of evidence that they had a climate that's a lot different from Mars. The one that some people might say would be Mars, because there's evidence of liquid water. We find dried riverbeds on Mars. There's no liquid water on Mars, but we find riverbeds and deltas. So Mars apparently had water at one point. And I was always a little perplexed by that. Could it be that it was habitable before the fall, or but then how do you change a planet God could do it, but is there a natural explanation for how Mars changed to a climate that today could certainly not support life. It doesn't have the protective magnetic field or the atmosphere or liquid water on its surface today. But Ron Samick actually came up with a neat model for volcanism. He thinks that Mars has lots of volcanoes on it. And although they are all dormant, and although secularists think they are all extinct, it's possible that some of those occasionally pop off from time to time. And they would locally increase the atmospheric pressure enough to where you could have liquid water. And a lot of what comes out of a volcano on Earth is water anyway, water vapor. It would condense and fall down as rain. So you get temporary streams, and then it would, that water would evaporate at some point. So that's a neat model, but I don't see any evidence that Mars or Venus ever would have been habitable. Venus would be particularly tricky to make it habitable because of that crushing atmosphere. So unless God did something supernaturally, and then I would insist on some kind of scriptural support, which we don't really see.
Cool, thank you. So let's get to another one here. Can you ask Dr. Lisle's perspective on the Fibonacci sequence in nature? This is a great one.
Yeah, so it's a sequence where you take the two previous numbers. So you start with 1 + 1, that's 2, and then 2 + 1 is 3, 3 + 2 is 5, and so on, and you get that mathematical sequence. And curiously, it pops up in nature in surprising ways. If you count the columns in a sunflower, for example, you find it's a Fibonacci sequence, interestingly. And if you plot those numbers out in the right pattern, you'll get a spiral, and we find that particular spiral occurs a lot in nature. And I'm not privy to all the examples. I can't remember if it's a chambered nautilus that has the Fibonacci sequence, but there are a lot of examples of that in nature where you find this pattern of numbers. And it's remarkable that we find that, because there isn't any naturalistic explanation for why that particular sequence would exist in nature, but it does. God apparently likes the Fibonacci sequence, and so we do find it cropping up in nature. But the larger issue, I would argue, is that math applies to nature at all, because math is a mental construction. It's where you're doing something in your head. It involves numbers. People think, well, numbers are physical. No, they can represent physical things, but numbers themselves are abstract. They're concepts. They exist in the mind. Math is something you do in your brain, in your head, in your mind. It's abstract, it's conceptual, and yet it has application to nature. Not just the Fibonacci sequence, but everything in nature has a mathematical property to it. And that is incomprehensible in the secular worldview. Dr. Eugene Wigner, Nobel Prize winning physicist, wrote a wonderful article back in the 70s called The Unreasonable Effectiveness of Mathematics and the Natural Sciences, where he points out that from his apparently non-Christian perspective, there's just no reason to expect that the physical universe would obey conceptual laws, and that these laws would be mathematical in nature. The Christian worldview can make sense of that, because math is the way God thinks about numbers, and it's God's mind that upholds the physical creation, and therefore we would expect it to obey math. So yeah, I'm not surprised that when we find things like the Fibonacci sequence in nature. Another little thing along those lines, one of the things that people who are listening for signals from aliens out in outer space, one of the things they look for to indicate intelligence is prime numbers, right? The sequence of prime numbers, because supposedly there's no natural process that can do that. But the funny thing is, there are things in nature that are exhibited by prime numbers. The number of years, for example, between the periodic cicadas is either 13 or 17 years, both prime numbers. And there is a reason for that. It's a survival mechanism. But I think it's neat that secularists would admit, if a signal came in from space, if it had a sequence of prime numbers, there's an intelligence behind that. And yet we see that in nature. Well, there's no intelligence there. No, there is intelligence behind that. So.
Yeah. I should add for our listeners, a lot of people know me as a dentist. I was also a math and chemistry double major back in college. And one of the really neat things about the Fibonacci sequence is one of the results of this is you get something called the golden proportion. Mm-hmm. And so if you take the larger number and divide the smaller number into that larger number, eventually as you go down the sequence, you'll center on a number called the golden proportion, which is around 1.618. And what's significant about this golden proportion is you find this proportion 1.618 to 1 everywhere in nature. And so from a dental perspective, and this is fascinating, when we are making new crowns for people to give them that perfect Hollywood smile, well, guess what? Your front tooth is supposed to be 1.618 the width of your lateral. That's supposed to be 1.618 the width of the part of the canine that you can see from the front, and successively going back to your premolars. Molars. It's fascinating how it shows up there. I've also seen maps, facial maps, where they take supermodels, who you would theoretically would have the best proportions possible, and they've done all this mapping of the golden proportion in terms of the lower part of the face, the upper part of the face, where the eyes sit. I mean, all kinds of proportions. And guess what? When you have a map that is a perfect golden proportion map on all these things, and you blow it up and overlay it on top of the face of a supermodel, it almost perfectly matches up. The rest of us are way off. So it's really, really neat to see God's design in all of this with the math.
And the other place you'll find those number sequences are in the scripture, in the original texts with the characters. If you take out all the punctuation and the spaces, I remember videos of Chuck Missler from years ago. He went down through a bunch of what you guys are talking about, and he also brought up things about the original Hebrew text and the characters. If you take all the spaces out and line them up, the golden rule fits in not only in parts of the Old Testament, but in matching concepts in the New Testament in different places. It's crazy how many of these things line up in that way, not just in what we see, but in the revealed scripture that we have too.
Well, I always think of when we talk about math and the kind of the beauty of it, pi. Just trying to, I actually
love pi.
Yeah. Oh, I love. Yeah. No. Pizza pie. Yeah. I actually many years ago wrote a computer program to try to see how far, like, just keep calculating, and yeah, it died.
Yeah.
Those computers didn't have that much memory back then, anyway.
Well, we got a lot of good questions coming up, so
yeah,
keep rifling through them. Okay, Atomic Apologetics, Chicken Man says, my wife and I are watching TV together, is what he meant to say. She wants to ask if E.T. was a documentary.
The Spielberg movie, is that what you're referring? Because there was a news program Entertainment Tonight, right? There was that.
That's true. That would be much more of a documentary,
right?
Yeah. So we do have Josiah backstage too. So Cole, do you have any more questions?
No, I'm good. Thanks, Jason. I appreciate your time tonight.
Happy to.
Let me just bring Josiah in next. He was here. So Josiah.
Hey.
Hi.
It's nice to meet you online.
Good to meet you.
Yeah, my family and I are at the pastors conference just ended today, and we were at your booth, and you weren't there, but I saw one of your books there that I really enjoyed reading back. It was a year ago I read it. Standing Firm, or not. It's Keeping Faith in the Age of Reason, Refuting Alleged Bible Contradictions.
Okay, yeah.
I loved that book.
Good, thank you.
You did an excellent job. Just basically, atheists like to spew a whole bunch of stuff. They like to take stuff out of context. They like to use a lot of logical fallacies. And you were to take every single one of this guy's logical fallacies and taking the Bible out of context and totally demolish it, just showing that these supposed contradictions people like to bring up are a bunch of hogwash, intellectually speaking. That's the intellectual term for it, is hogwash.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the book. Thank you.
You did an excellent job. Just something I want to say to, is it Jordan?
Who was here earlier from, yeah.
Yeah. The thing is, it's not believing in Jesus that makes you a Christian. James 2:19 says, you believe that God is one, you do well. Even the demons believe and shudder. The thing is, you need to be born again. You need to be born from above. God needs to change your heart and have new desires. and you want to actually seek and obey Christ, and you hate your old way of life, and you love God, you are convinced that you are a sinner that's destined for hell, and you want to be born again and live for God, and that'll show itself in new desires. It'll show itself, Jason K is right, regeneration will show itself in loving God, loving your brothers, loving God's word. And that is what you need. You need to be born from above. You need to be convicted of your sins, realize that you are a desperate sinner headed for hell, and repent and trust in Jesus. That is what the new birth is. The Holy Spirit changing your dead heart to actually loving God.
Yep.
And that's what we're praying for you.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Josiah.
All right. Well, thanks, Josiah, and enjoy the arc there.
We did. Thank you. Keep up the good fight.
All right. So
here's another good question. So, Dr. Lisle, I have a quick question about your logic book. I love your work, by the way. How would you respond to someone who says the Bible was written as a response to the laws of logic or to justify them?
Well, the primary purpose of the Bible is to communicate what happened. It's primarily a history book. That was never its purpose. And this idea of justifying things, I mean, it's kind of a modern idea, really, in terms of formulating that. So, but it has to be the biblical God, and the biblical God has to exist and be who he is. Writing a book claiming that there's a God who justifies logic wouldn't justify logic if the God didn't actually exist. So I would argue that there's no evidence that any of the human authors of the Bible had that in mind, that was their purpose. They don't come out and explicitly mention Aristotelian syllogisms or anything like that. But nonetheless, when we read the history that the Bible gives to us and the nature of God that's revealed to us in Scripture, we recognize that because God exists and because he has the character that he has and because we're made in God's image, we have at least a limited capacity to think in a way that's consistent with his nature, which we would call logic. So the Bible does justify laws of logic, but I can't find any evidence that was its intended purpose. Now, God, the divine author, knew that would be one of the purposes of Scripture, but even there, its primary purpose is to give us information so we can have a right relationship with God, so we can have eternal life, have our sins paid for, and our heart regenerated. Do
you have any good products out maybe on the subject of logic?
Well, there's the textbook Introduction to Logic, which I wrote to just for that, to introduce people to logic. I had homeschoolers in mind when I wrote it, but frankly, most adults have never had a class in logic, and most of us went through a public school system where that's not taught anymore. I think that's very deliberate. Logic is about correct reasoning. I'm sorry to tell you, but public schools are not about correct reasoning, not anymore. There was a time when we could have argued that, but not anymore. And so that book would be great for adults to get. Certainly, if you have youngsters, junior high or higher, it would be good for them. And there's a teacher's guide too, if you want to use it with your students, or if you want to test yourself. There's tests and quizzes in the teacher's guide with an answer key, so you can check and see how you did. And again, the DVD series on the classes that we filmed at my church, where it's 10 Sunday school lessons on logic and the Christian faith, that will be available very, very soon at the Biblical Science Institute.
So that means that we should go to biblical science, institute.com and be going there regularly, checking it out until that we see that announcement, right? And people can sign up for your newsletter there. So you do send out a newsletter. Here's some good news. Carlos says, I wanted to thank Dr. Lisle for what he does. I referenced him in my baptism testimony Sunday from being a key factor to bringing me out of atheism and evolutionary apologetics.
Oh, what a blessing. So, thank you for sharing that.
So now we do have Dr. Dan is in the back, not who Anthony was thinking was Dr. Dan, but Dan Cardinal is in the back. He has a question for you. He says not too long. And I don't, we've already taken more time than than we had. I don't know how much time you want. What I was thinking was is to bring them in. I have like 27 questions that I've seen in the back that we still haven't gotten to. So a lot of people have lots of questions for you. I will say this, I'm trying to look for Dr. Duff had here we go. Dr. Duff had said this. He said, I appreciate Lisle being a good sport with all these tangential questions. And so the thing is for Dr. Duff, I'm seeing, and maybe Anthony and Jason, some of the characters here, but Standing for Truth, Dr. Duff, Dan Cardinal, Reason for Doubt. They clearly know each other from they clearly have lots of back and forth. I'm seeing that from the chat and know each other. There's lots of, I guess, discussion. And I'll just say this, if you guys would all want to get together and have an open dialogue, I'm suggesting we have all of you guys in and let's have a discussion and go through the different issues. We could pick a different topic. So we could maybe stay on topic and have that discussion. So if you guys are interested in doing that, just, contact us, info@strivingforeternity.org. And I'd love to try to set that up. So, Missionary Gamer, who was on last week, is saying this: really appreciate Dr. Lisle's conference at Kootenai Community Church, especially explaining what we were just talking about, the Mandelbrot set. Still the most viewed video on Kootenai's church YouTube channel. So there you go. Yeah. So that's some appreciation for you. So you want to take some questions from Dr. Dan?
Sure.
All right. I'm going to bring him in. And if at any point that you want to step out, like if it, gets too late for you, just let us know. And
do another 20 minutes maybe, and then okay.
And then if Dan wants to stay in and talk with Anthony and I, that we could do that. So, all right. But so Dr. Dan Cardinal, how are you, sir?
Hey, sound okay?
Yeah, great.
All right. Hi. Hey, Dr. Lisle. It's a pleasure to kind of meet you, I guess.
Good to meet you.
So I know some of the people here know me, but I don't know if you do. I'm an evolutionary biologist. I talk about evolution and creationism stuff.
Okay.
That's the introduction.
Okay.
And so I want to start where we agree, if that's okay. And I know you've been here a long time, so I'll keep it really short. But I've been following kind of some of your recent stuff, and I saw it. I think it was probably a few months ago at this point, but you did a pretty long video, I think it was, on continuous environmental tracking and natural selection. It might have even been 2 parts, if I recall correctly. It was a few months ago, but it was relatively recently, I think. Mm-hmm. And I know you're a physics person, not a bio person, so I won't go too far down the rabbit hole. But I want to start with that because I think I watched that video, and uncharacteristically for watching something by a young Earth creationist, I was watching that. I find myself going, yes, that makes sense. I agree with a lot of what you're saying. So I just want to kind of confirm with you. I want to see if I correctly understand your position based on what I've seen, that like natural selection, obviously we're going to disagree on like the scope of evolutionary processes and what they can accomplish over whatever time frame we're going to talk about. But in the, let's limit it to so-called microevolution, right? Within populations, we can agree that like natural selection is a real mechanism that causes alleles to change frequency in populations, kind of the most basic definition of evolution, right? Just little allele frequencies changing over generations, and natural selection is one mechanism that can accomplish that. And that's something that we can see, and we can document that and measure it and like follow allele frequencies and predict, this is beneficial. We expect to see it increase, and we can actually verify that. So this is interesting to me because one thing that I really find interesting as I'm diving into like the real nuts and bolts of young Earth literature is where the different models disagree with each other. So obviously there's this alternative model, continuous environmental tracking, that for people who aren't familiar with it, it's kind of this idea that organisms are able to kind of consciously respond to their environment. And that's the adaptive mechanism that rejects natural selection is the thing that happens. You've responded very strongly against that. Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson has very strongly. He did a whole thing, even when he was still at ICR, if I recall correctly, writing about that topic. But so I just want to see if it's okay with you. And again, I don't want to take too much of your time because it's a pretty straightforward kind of thing that I'm curious about. And it really is just me being curious.
Okay.
What for you is kind of the extent of natural selection? Is it something that is could lead to speciation, for example? Or
yes,
is
it can lead to speciation. I would say it only removes unsuccessful cases. It doesn't produce successful cases.
Yeah, the net effect is to decrease the level of genetic variation within a population. You have different variants, and the worst ones end up being kind of filtered out. That's the idea. Yeah. And so can that happen in humans, or is that restricted to non-human things?
Well, yes, it can. I mean, we're subject to natural selection. We kind of we get around it a little bit because we can manipulate our environment in a greater way than many other organisms. Yeah. But if you're asking, could it lead to speciation in humans? That's an interesting question. I
wasn't specifically, but I just meant in general.
Yeah, it affects all living organisms. But we can get around it a little bit because we manipulate our environment and we can move.
Yeah, right. We can grow crops. So like that whole limit of food is that competition is just gone, right? Now, even in the last 200 years, we have sanitation, we have modern medicine. So a lot of those constraints that previously would have been selected against, now we've kind of compensated for that. But it is something that could affect. It's a mechanism that, humans are not exempt from natural selection is the idea, which is great because obviously I think the same thing. I think, we've obviously relaxed natural selection over the last few millennia, but certainly centuries in particular. So that's where a lot of, I'm trying to find a way to phrase this in a way that is technically correct, because there's kind of shades of gray here in terms of the degree to which different flavors of creationists kind of accept or reject natural selection. And I know you've co-authored stuff with Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson. I know you have something in Answers Research Journal with him. I think that was about speciation and speciation rates, if I recall correctly.
It was.
And so I forget the specifics of that, but is natural selection playing a role in those processes from we get off the ark, we're going to radiate kind of around the world. In your view, is there natural selection kind of playing a role there?
Yes.
And before you answer that, one of the questions that's coming in, just because the audience, so Melissa's asking, what does natural selection mean?
Yeah.
So wanting to get just an understanding of how we're using it. Yep, no problem.
Thank you for asking. Yes, and thank you for, I missed the name, but thank you for whoever asked that. Yeah, so natural selection, it's a mechanism of evolution where the frequencies of genetic traits will change based on basically how successful you are at competing in the particular environment in which you live. So are you able to more or less successfully get resources, food, mating, whatever the case is, whatever that limiting resource is, are you better at it or are you not as good at it? And if you're better at it, then the genetic traits that you have that confer that advantage, they're going to become more frequent over time. And the traits that are less advantageous or even affirmatively harmful, they're going to be reduced in frequency over time and potentially eliminated from the population. And this is what Dr. Lisle was saying a minute ago, that you're not creating anything new with natural selection. You're just taking what's there and filtering out the bad stuff, basically.
Okay, so now if you could answer the question, please. Sorry.
So the idea I'm getting at,
agree with his definition of natural selection. I'll ask that as well.
I think that was a good definition. You look it up in the dictionary. Organisms have differences in traits. Some are more successful in a particular environment than others, and those organisms reproduce in greater quantities.
So an interesting kind of caveat here with this is we agree that natural selection is operating here. I'm asking because I don't want to mischaracterize your position. So you're a young Earth creationist. Your position is that the Earth and everything on it is approximately 6,000 years old, give or take, and humanity only goes back that far. So
Yes.
you can do things like calculate the time to most recent common ancestor for the Y chromosome or mitochondrial DNA, and you get dates that are 4,500 years ago, 6,000 years ago, in that range. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
So the interesting thing there is that those two positions are, because that's based on Dr. Nathaniel Jensen's work primarily. He's done a lot of work on the molecular clocks for these systems. And his work on these two systems implicitly rejects the operation of natural selection in that time frame, because it was just a few months ago when he said to me on this show that he said he's using the mutation rate, right? The pedigree per generation mutation rate.
Mm-hmm.
He's using that as the substitution rate, the long-term rate of mutation fixation in the populations. And the only way for those two things to be equal is when there's no natural selection, when it's strictly governed by genetic drift. But I mean, I think it's crystal clear that there's natural selection operating on human populations.
So do I, and I know Jensen does as well. I think, and I have to be careful not to. I don't want to misrepresent him.
Yeah, I'm asking you. I'm not asking him. So I wouldn't expect you to characterize his position.
My understanding of Jensen's position, and frankly, all I did was the computer modeling for him. So I'm not a biologist. I'm leaving that to him. But I believe that he believes that a genetic drift is a stronger factor than natural selection, and so he's using that as that mutation rate as the larger of the two. But he doesn't deny natural selection. He knows that it occurs. But I think in his calculation, he's assuming that it's a smaller factor than genetic drift. That's my guess.
Right. And again, I know you're not a biologist, and I'm asking you because you've talked about natural selection and the extent to which it operates, and I know you've co-authored with him, so I don't expect you to characterize his position at all. But since you're here and you've co-authored with him, but the thing is, in order for Jensen's math to work, and again, he said to me specifically, I use the pedigree mutation rate as a substitution rate. In order for that to be true, the selection can't be less of a factor than genetic drift. It has to be strictly zero, because if there is selection, you are necessarily reducing the rate at which mutations are going to accumulate by removing things from the population faster than they would be lost due to drift. And you're also, if you have a population, right, and say somebody gets a really bad mutation and they're not going to have any kids, right, they're not going to survive. If they have any other unique variants with them in their own genome that nobody else has, right, those variants might be neutral. Doesn't matter. They're not going to just persist via drift. They're going to get washed out too when you select against that one really bad thing. So the idea that we can calculate backwards strictly basing our molecular clocks on drift, I mean, I've read Jensen's work where he enthusiastically endorses the reality of natural selection happening, and other young Earth creationists that then rely on Jensen's molecular clocks work. But his molecular clock work is very, very, I mean, he sides basically with Randy Kaluza that there's another mechanism, not natural selection, that's responsible for that. He's basically rejecting the reality of natural selection there.
Yeah, I don't think he is. I know he's not. I know he believes in natural selection because I chatted with him about that. But I think he's arguing that genetic drift is the main component by which this diversification happens.
I would agree that for humans specifically, that genetic drift is probably a larger factor than natural selection for, at the very least, since the first agricultural revolution, right? Once we figured out that we could plant grain, I think genetic drift is playing a very large role relative to selection once we removed that food cap. But again, it's not zero. There are unquestionably deleterious mutations that then not only are removed, but then also wash out other neutral variants with them. And those neutral variants can't do that if we're going to use the strict molecular clock. But anyway, I've taken a lot of your time, and I see a question here that's a separate topic. So I really appreciate you taking a few minutes to chat about it.
My pleasure. Thanks.
Well, actually, I think you put that up. It was a question for you, Dan.
Yeah, no, that was a question for me. I want to say, I'll if you want to talk about that later.
Well, let me, before you get off that, and it was kind of with that question that Anthony put up, but, as I asked you to define natural selection, it might be good to define the genetic drift as well.
Oh, sure.
I mean, like, this is the thing. Like, one of the things, like when you were on with Dr. Jeanson, the comment people had was, "Wow, that was really good, but I didn't understand most of it," because you guys were talking to each other, which was fine for you guys, but a lot of the audience is going, "What?"
Yeah, I apologize for that. And especially, I got out of class earlier this evening, so we were talking about chromosomes and stuff. So it's like we've built up several weeks of background information. So yeah, I apologize. I'm sorry. I should have defined that right off the bat. Genetic drift is random changes in frequency. And we tend to think of selection and drift as kind of opposite forces, whereas selection is very non-random, right? It's based on how well you're able to compete in your environment. Genetic drift is not that at all. It's a good example of genetic drift is you've got mice on a barrier island, right? And some of them live in the dirt and some of them live in the sand, and they're different colors. And depending on where they live, the different, the gray versus the brown makes them eat better at hiding from predators. Well, if there's a hurricane and it floods the barrier island and 90% of the mice drown, doesn't matter what color it is. So now we're having random changes in allele frequency. That's genetic drift.
So I am curious to ask you a question, Dan. Okay, do you believe that Nathaniel Jeanson's research in his book would be more plausible if he believed in a version of CET and natural selection versus just his position of natural selection?
No. And the reason for that is that he's kind of making two separate arguments at the same time. And again, I don't want to, this is not Dr. Lisle stuff, so I want to make sure I'm not putting him on the spot characterizing someone else's work.
Yeah, because I know people are going to ask that question here.
Sure. Yeah. So I think the problem with Jeanson's work when he talks about like natural selection, the role it plays, and then also talks about the molecular clocks and working backwards to a most recent common ancestor 4,500 years ago for the Y chromosome. The problem is that he's, on the one hand, describing a series of evolutionary mechanisms where he may not have, I have disagreements with the rate of recombination, for example, that he proposes. I think it's way too fast based on like just direct observations of recombination rates. But like recombination is a real thing. He describes genetic drift. That's a real thing. He describes natural selection. That's a real thing. But then he has this model of his molecular clock where he's counting backwards using the pedigree mutation rate. And he's not accounting for things like natural selection or genetic drift that are integral parts of the other side of his model, right? There's the mechanism side and there's the time frame side. And the mechanisms that are operating in the mechanism side, I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, they invalidate the time frame side.
But of course, the CET model the way it's being taught out there, would validate that better than the natural selection that you're saying that is the only way he uses for the time. If that makes sense, I'm saying that.
So if he's saying that adaptation is a conscious process rather than a process governed by population genetics.
Well, no, because the CET model is not about a conscious process. It's about the body being built with God-designed sensors that are detecting changes in the environment. So that could happen more rapidly than what the natural selection models would propose. So when I say question, just to see kind of, I'm not expecting you to accept any of our creation models. Right. I'm asking what your thoughts are.
So when I say conscious, I don't mean like conscious like you and I mean conscious like you can detect a stimulus and have a specific response in an evolutionary way to that, where it's not a what I mean by conscious is to say the opposite of probabilistic, right? With mutations is what I mean.
Okay.
And so I don't think that would do it, because this still, and here's the reason why. It's not an arbitrary no. It's that you still have a problem called selective sweeps is what would happen, where you have some conditions from the environment lead to a change it has to be a change in the genome, otherwise it can't be inherited, right? Something has to change in the genome as a result of this engineering, built-in adaptability, whatever it is, right? Once you have that change in the genome, you have a situation similar to what I described before, where now you have a beneficial change that's going to propagate through the population. Now, any variation that's linked with it, that means that's with it in the same genome, any variants that are with it, those are going to kind of spread and be present in that population. But any other variation in that population that's not linked with that newly engineered variant that's going to be inherited, that variation is going to be lost. So you still lose variation relative to operating under strict drift. So that doesn't solve the problem because you're still having something causing a loss through some mechanism other than drift.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to get too deep in the
it's all good.
you know, especially with Nathaniel not being here. But I was just kind of curious your quick
So
answer.
I guess, Anthony, this is something that popped up for you from Dr. Duff. So CET, and I'm not sure, what does CET stand for?
It's continuous environmental tracking. It's
Okay.
what Dr. Galuza and others at ICR and many other people around the country promote. And there's disagreements about it in the creation realm. So,
Okay.
But it's an alternate thought process out there.
Okay. So he's saying CET never thought we would be here, and the host is promoting, I guess I should say, promoting it. He needs to go watch Lisle's excellent video series in response to CET. So.
Yeah. So Dr. Jason would be one who's against CET. There's others who are for it. But these are creation models, right? And so, you know, we throw them out there.
Okay. So any other questions for Jason?
No, thank you. I appreciate you, Jason. I appreciate you staying here so late. I really appreciate it. I worked late on Thursday, so I was surprised I was able to jump in. Thank you.
Okay, my pleasure.
Okay, so Jason, there were a bunch, just some comments I want to share with you real quick that we've been getting. We won't get through all of them. There's like 32 and some questions, but Standing Truth says Dr. Lisle stumped Dr. Ross in the last debate on distant starlight. Ross was without a counter. So let's see. I'm trying to get the ones where people were saying some things about you. So that, let's see. Okay. Standing for Truth also said, Dr. Lisle has single-handedly demolished the distant starlight argument, and I have yet to see any good response to it.
It's good to hear.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to just get some of the ones that, because we have a ton of questions that came in for you, and that I kind of just tried to grab some. And I'm going to just put Dr. Dan backstage until he comes back.
So while you're finding him, Dr. Dan, we'd love to have you back on at some point.
Yeah, no, he just turned his camera off. He said I'm here. If you so he wants to have you
tonight. I mean, in the future, maybe he and Erica can come on and we can talk about male and female stuff again.
Yeah.
So there's been a ton of questions and a ton of back and forth in the chat about just that point. So
there has been so much
in the future.
We have Dr. Lisle's an inspiration to me. His intelligence and humility are big goals. May the Lord bless you. And I will attest to that as well. It's one of the things, you know, I know you hate when I say this, but it is, you know, it is very true. You are, even though you're highly intelligent, you're a very humble individual. I get to watch how you handle things. You know, even like tonight, how you're very open to being corrected. Not just when you're on camera, you know, and it's something that really is a testimony to you.
Appreciate that.
He also said, last question, what books are on your shelf? Any favorites? And now I gotta, you know, confess something. Before we started the show, you walked off and I tried to bring your books up and make them big so I could see what is on your shelf.
There's a collection back there.
Yeah.
You might even have one of your books, Andrew. I don't know.
Yeah. As a bibliophile, I do kind of like, oh yeah, you know.
Yeah. And that's not even all of them, but that's the main ones anyway. A lot of those I used in my science books from grad school, books on creation, I've got some Bibles back there, some commentaries. It's a varied collection, but that would be anything that I would need to for my research. And then pleasure reading, I have a different bookshelf for that. Not that I do a lot of that, but
okay. So now, out of curiosity, what's considered pleasure reading?
So James White recently told me to read This Perfect Day, which I did. Have you read This Perfect Day? Okay, it's one of these dystopian things like 1984. I will say it has some language in it, but that it is germane to the the plot of the book, that words have taken on different meanings. But it was a good read. So that was my latest pleasure read.
You know, the one thing, when I was in high school and we had to read 1984, the one thing that I thought was ridiculous. I mean, like there were parts of the book I was like, okay, I can see it. The one thing I thought just didn't make sense. I thought it was impossible, could never happen, was Newspeak.
And it's happening.
And
it's happening.
Newspeak, for those who haven't read the book, is this idea that the government would just change the language. And overnight, everyone just changes, and they'd go through and change all the books and all. And we have it. I mean, all of a sudden, it's like, you know, one Mother's Day, it's just birthing parent, boom. And, you know, someone in our church.
Chest feeders?
Is that what? Yeah. I mean, it's just amazing how quickly it just like, oh, yeah, this is the term. And now it's like, if you don't use those terms, you're going to be vilified. It's just, I was like, wow, I was wrong.
Yep.
1984 is here. You know, I like Metzlick has a T-shirt that says, "Let's make 1984 fiction again." You know, and I've seen someone online said, you know, and I heard Matt say this once. He's like, you know, do you know that 1984 was not an instruction manual?
Right. It was eerily prophetic. Orwell was just 40 years too early, but that's, man. And likewise with This Perfect Day, there's some stuff in there too that it's like, wow. It's amazing. It really is amazing.
When was that one written?
That was more recent.
Okay.
I want to say 70s.
Yeah, because I mean, the thing with 1984 is he wrote it in 48, thinking that by 84 he thought these things would happen. Mm-hmm. And so that's what, when you're saying he was 40 years too early, that's what you're referencing, is that he really believed that was going to be by, you know, 1984. Mm-hmm. He was off, but yeah, scary. So I don't know if you want to stick around. You're more than welcome. But
I should head out at this point. But
yeah,
thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah,
thanks for being on tonight.
We should have you on again. I mean, when you come in,
I think we have to have Dr. Jason on one of these days. We're doing nothing but having him answer questions. Like,
yes,
devote the entire show to just that.
Yeah, because we get so many questions that come in for you. You know that. I don't know what it is that you either inspire people to ask questions or they think you have all the answers. I don't know which one it is.
I don't know.
But you know, and so just so you know, I'm getting a text from Denise, and she said, you know, her brain is fried. It's been a long 3 busy days. So just so you know that she's working hard for you there at the Ark.
I know, she works hard.
So. But we appreciate you coming on. And so your website, again, let me put that up for folks. If you haven't been out there, I encourage you all to go. biblicalscienceinstitute.com. Sign up for Jason's newsletter. He has a YouTube channel where he puts things out. He'll put blog articles out. All of them are excellent. A lot of good material there. And so you want to go there just to make sure you get at the new Logic series coming out that he mentioned. Just saying. Stay tuned for that. I'm looking forward to it. I will get one of the early copies, I'm sure. Denise, if you're listening,
we'll send you one.
So thanks for coming on.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Always appreciate it.
All right. God bless.
God bless. Let me bring Dr. Cornell back on. There you go. Well, I appreciate you coming in. Now it is kind of funny. You said you just got home early, but you've been commenting for hours now.
Yeah, well, you know, I work until about like 9, and then so your show's at 8. I work until 9, and then it takes a while to get home. So you know, I've been here for probably an hour and a half at this point. You know what? So yeah. So are we gonna talk about sex now?
Yeah, let's talk about that. And I would like. I mean, I do want to try to have a time where we can have more time, because I know we're already.
Yeah. So I mean, it's already late,
but I've been asking you to come in, and I've been kind of giving you a hard time about not coming in. Gave you a hard time on Twitter about not coming in, and it would be an interesting discussion to sometimes also talk about BLM compared to January 6th? I'd love to have that discussion.
That's not my field. I'm not interested. But anything biology, I can fake it approximately. Anything outside of biology, probably not.
Well, I'm glad you admit that you're faking it.
Yeah, everybody's faking it.
All right. So here would be the first question that I would have for you then.
Yeah.
You're making a distinction, as I understand it, between sex and gender.
I think so. You're gonna hate the way that I want to kind of go through this, but we need to step back a little bit and do what I didn't do earlier and define our terms. We need to be
well. That's what I was
specific here,
that's
right?
That's why I wanted to. That's what I was trying to get to in defining those differences, because I think make a distinction.
Yeah. So let's start with sex in just fundamental, like extremely reductionist technical sense. Like, what defines if I give you two cells, right? Like, how do you tell if what their sexes are, if they're male and female, like in a biological sense? How do we do that? Like, I'm actually asking, like, if someone asked you that question, what would you say?
As far as how I would define sex?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be people. It's just like in the most like kind of basic, all-encompassing biological sense.
Well, seeing that animals don't have issues with knowing if they're male or female, we're going to talk about it in the context of just people. And
I hear you, but in order for that to make sense, there's a bunch of terms that we have to establish. So like if you go simplest possible biological definition is what gametes you make, right? That's the like simplest thing. It's differentiated gametes. So,
and what is a gamete?
So a gamete is so egg and sperm, right? So do you make the big non-motile gamete or do you make the small motile gamete, right? That's the defining question for, like, if I gave you two different cells of like green algae and said like, okay, one of these is male and one of these is female, how do you know which is which? And what you would do is you would see what gametes they make. That's how you would answer that, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about people. Right. We're gonna stick with people here, and yeah, it's the gametes that they produce is always going to be associated with the XX or XY chromosomes. So
no,
well,
no, it's way more. Oh, it's so much more fun than that.
Tell me how a female produces sperm then an X.
Okay, so we got to work our way there, because again, we can't just jump right into the deep end, right? We can't, like earlier when I was using terms like natural selection and genetic drift without defining them. We have to build up our kind of foundation here.
Let me also just preface it with this: is not everyone in the audience has a degree in biology. I mean, I know you and Anthony both have more that, my field is more in the engineering. So, I didn't, I had college biology. But right. So defining terms would be really good, and keeping it where we're not, where everyone can follow along. I think that was with you and Nathaniel. The problem was that it went over everyone's head.
Yeah. So that's exactly why I want to start with this extremely reductionist definition of just the simplest thing. You could apply it to anythings that make egg and sperm. But the problem with that definition right off the bat is it doesn't apply to everything that has sex, because you don't need to have differentiated gametes to have sexual reproduction. You can have sexual reproduction with undifferentiated gametes. So you have sex, you have recombination, you have fertilization, you have a zygote, you have meiosis. These are all processes that occur in any sexual reproduction life cycle has all those processes in it. We don't need to define each one.
You're talking outside of human beings.
Yes, and that's important,
Stephen. Yeah, we have to talk about human beings here, right? Because we aren't. I know in your worldview we're animals, but in the real worldview we're not. We're distinct from the animals. We're designed in God's image, and so the conversation the starting point has to be human beings, and that's where you have to start your definitions from.
Yeah. So human beings, we typically make egg and sperm. We typically, most people will make some type of gamete. It'll either be a large non-motile gamete or it will be a small motile gamete. So if you want to have the most basic answer to the question, what defines male and female in humans, we can start there with what gametes do you make, because that is a universal definition for things that have differentiated gametes. So that's a really easy place to start, and that's why I started there. But humans are really complicated, right? We're way more complicated than fungi, or, well, fungi are pretty complicated in their own sense, but reproductively, they're less complicated than we are. We're more complicated than, unicellular algae that could make differentiated gametes. So just starting from there, what about people who don't make gametes? What about a woman who is postmenopausal? She doesn't make gametes anymore. What about someone who's been injured? What about someone who's had I'm sorry?
Yeah, that's why we don't start there as a definition, because see here's
so that doesn't, so the gametes don't work as a definition.
It can't work as the fundamental aspect of the definition. The reason why it can't work that way is because God did not define people by they make eggs or sperm. He defined them by male and female, right? So that's the fundamental baseline for it all.
When you asked me, my answer to that question was going to be what Anthony just said. I mean, if you ask me how do we define sex, I would say, God created them male and female. And so the question then becomes, what defines male and female?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it's not gametes.
It would not be gametes.
It's not gametes. Okay. So what about, we could go a step up in complexity, right? We'd say, okay, what cells do you make? Well, let's go a little broader. Chromosomes, right? X and Y chromosomes. You have X chromosomes, you have Y chromosomes. And for most people, if you have two X chromosomes, you develop.
Can I ask? I'm sorry. I guess I do mean to interrupt.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
So, are you? And I'm asking this because I want to understand to see. But you're talking about the chromosomes now and gametes and things like this. Are you under the belief that we wouldn't know what male and female was prior to the modern science and technology that we now have to be able to dig into cells and things like that?
The answer is that it depends on how you define male and female, right? So prior to modern, genetics technology, for example, if we're talking about chromosomes, there are other standards that you could use to make the assessment. But one modern standard that I hear from a lot of people is it's about chromosomes. So maybe we could use that as our standard now that we have the ability to use that, to make the determination of, what chromosomes does an individual have in their cells, right? We can now currently have the technology to make that characterization. So maybe we should use that as the standard. That's just one option in our toolkit here, right?
And do we work off of the majority or the minority? I mean, like if there's an exception, do we say that the exception defines things, or do we say the majority does?
Well, let's talk about it. Let's see what the typical situation and the exceptions are and see if we can evaluate, like, if this is a useful standard, if chromosomes are a useful standard, for example, right? So we've got XX, typically female, XY, typically male. That's the typical characterization, right? Now, there's a whole lot of variation in that, including some variation that you wouldn't even know is there unless you actually looked at your chromosomes and actually sequenced your DNA. So we could say if you have a typical development pattern, typical gene expression pattern, everything kind of, within, one standard deviation of your typical human, you end up with, if you have two X chromosomes, that's going to be female. But you could have deletions to the X chromosomes that affect certain developmental pathways that lead to physiological or morphological differences that maybe the ovaries don't develop. Maybe oogenesis, which is the process of making egg cells, maybe that doesn't happen. That actually starts during embryonic development. Maybe it doesn't. You can have X and Y chromosomes, typically male, but you could have a deletion of a region on the Y chromosome. It's the MSY, male specific region Y. It basically, during embryonic development, it causes you to take a little detour and do the male development pattern instead of the female pattern, because the structures as they develop, the primary sexual characteristics, they're what's called developmentally homologous. That means they're the same tissue, and then they develop into different things depending on which pathway. So testes and ovaries are developmentally homologous, right? Do they start making oocytes? Do they develop seminiferous tubules? Where are they in the abdominal cavity? So you kind of have this branch point. The penis and the clitoris are developmentally homologous. It's the same tissue. And like they do basically the same thing. It's erectile tissue for sexual stimulation. Those are the same thing. And sometimes you get an intermediate state based on the underlying genetics. So is just looking at the presence of an X or Y chromosome a useful tool to make a determination of male or female? I don't think it is.
So, okay. So let me ask you this question. I mean, and I know the answer. I'm doing this for everyone else. What causes that same tissue to develop either into the eggs? I'm sorry. Yeah. Into the ovaries or the testes. What is it that causes the penis to develop or clitoris to develop?
Yeah, so it has to do with gene expression patterns regulating cell migration and cell development, cell differentiation, and cell division at various stages of development. So if you have either a region that is upregulated or downregulated, or in some cases present or absent, you could have deletions. You could have situations where you have what's called translocations, where you have two X chromosomes, but the male specific region from the Y, for whatever reason, has translocated onto one of those X chromosomes. Now you end up with a situation where you're kind of doing both pathways. You're kind of pulling in two directions, right? And you end up, depending on the extent of the translocation and the characterization of the gene regulation, you're ending up maybe with something intermediate, or maybe that male-specific region more or less gets shut down. If you were to survey genetically for those male-specific genes, you would find them, right? But if you were to look hormonally or developmentally, you wouldn't see any evidence of it if it was completely inactivated. So that's my point here, talking about the chromosomes, is that we can characterize X and Y, but you end up with a lot of cases where that's going to mislead you.
Yeah. So, but the first point to make is that it's in a perfect world, it's the XX or XY that causes the genes to express the way they do, and therefore that tissue develops in what you call the male developmental pathway or the female developmental pathway, right?
So or something in between, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we do now have the knowledge that it's the genetics of XX or XY that causes it to occur. Now,
sort of.
well, I mean,
there's other stuff too.
No, those are the things that do it, and I mean everything else you're talking about is translocations. That is rare exceptions, and it's only when actual male genes from the Y is translocated to the X. So even in that situation, we are still talking about pathways that are all going to happen based on X or Y chromosomes, right?
No, that's the thing. It's not limited to X or Y chromosomes because there's so many factors that are downstream from that. So, for example, you have
downstream from XX,
downstream from X and Y chromosomes, or they're something else in the genome that is acted upon by something from either the X or the Y chromosome, the sex-specific regions, and those things could also affect sex determination. So, for example, you could have completely typical sex chromosomes, right? But what if? So now all of us, the main sex hormones. Just a little background for everybody. The two main sex hormones, it's testosterone and estrogen, are the two main. There are others, and it's complicated, but those are the two main ones if you want to characterize it broadly. And there's a typical range of each of those for your typical males, your typical females, and part of being responsive to those and developing a certain set of characteristics based on those hormones is having the appropriate receptors and having the appropriate mix of receptors. So there are conditions, for example, called androgen insensitivity, where it's a completely typical set of X and Y chromosomes. If you looked at the karyotype where you lay out the picture where you lay out all the chromosomes, completely normal. XY, 46XY is like your typical male karyotype, right? But there might be a problem with the receptors for those testosterone hormones. So that person will basically be non-responsive to the male determining hormones. So now it's not the X chromosome and the Y chromosome that's doing it. It's somewhere else in the genome that is driving the determination of the development of primary and potentially secondary sex characteristics.
Yeah. Okay. So and just to put this into plain English for everybody listening, you'll hear Andrew and I talk about the issue with Catholicism and how the terms of justification and sanctification that we see as separate terms in Christianity are often mixed together and blended is they blend together. Catholics do blend together justification and sanctification. What Dr. Dan is doing is we're blending a couple things together, and this is the issue I have. There's one issue.
True, I am.
Yeah, you are, and that's why I'm trying to make it, several channels.
Can I just say, just one thing? Can I just say biology is multifactorial, where you can never reduce anything in biology down to a single factor. So that's what that complexity is what I'm trying to highlight here.
Yeah, there's complexity, as you said, downstream. You're absolutely right about that. And then you also said, which you're also right about, that it all comes back to what would normally occur on X or Y chromosomes. And so the point I'm making is that first and foremost, we have males defined as XY. So in a perfect world, we go back to creation week. God created Adam and Eve and created them perfectly. They would have had a perfect XX for Eve, a perfect XY for Adam. There was no mistakes. There's no issues. And they're going to have children who are going to have near perfect genes, because the fall happens sometime before the kids come on scene. But the point is that the XX and XY in a perfect world always lend themselves to male female, because then downstream, all that down regulation is still going to be influenced by the perfect XX and perfect XY, and so that person will develop male or female. Well, I mean, because
so can I give you a hypothetical to show you how that's not what happens?
Sure.
So you can have, as I described, you could have the situation of androgen insensitivity, where you have the either partial or lack of ability to respond to the male determining hormones, right? And they're collectively called androgens. That's the word for testosterones and related hormones.
Right. But that would be an abnormality. That wouldn't be.
I mean, we're talking about, there's the best data we have are that about 1.7% of the population is somewhere along the spectrum of intersex. But I'm actually not talking about that, because what you can have, and this is actually pretty common, because the Y chromosome doesn't frankly doesn't do a whole lot. It's the smallest chromosome by a very large margin, and you can get along pretty well without your Y chromosome. So if you have a very typical 46XY karyotype, you're just 46 chromosomes, nice pair of X and Y, no deletions, no weirdness, you can still have, for example, in androgen insensitivity, and that person will develop with female primary sex characteristics, by which I mean ovaries, uterus, vagina, clitoris. Like, they're going to have, if you looked at them, you would say, aha, that is a female.
I'm butting in just because I want to make sure I understand. You're saying that always is the case?
It depends on a lot of other factors, but it is, yes, for complete androgen insensitivity, if you have a Y chromosome, it's basically silent in terms of sex determination. Yes. Okay. And I will say complete androgen insensitivity is relatively rare, but there's a lot of forms of partial. Yeah.
You're trying to be able to have XXY.
No, it could be, well, that's a fairly common thing. Or it could be XY and insensitivity as well, because XO, where you have one single X chromosome, that's also a very common thing. So the XY with complete androgen insensitivity basically presents not exactly as the same as XO. And I always forget the names of these. There's Turner syndrome and Klinefelter syndrome for they're called aneuploidies of sex chromosomes, and you have different numbers of, I forget, I always confuse the names in my head. So I apologize. I'm just describing them rather than using the names, because I always forget them.
That's okay, because I don't know the names.
So you can there are morphological traits, for example, for XO that you can sometimes morphologically diagnose it without looking at the chromosomes. Sometimes you can't. It's, again, there's a lot of variation in this stuff. So if I could just give me a second here, because I'm getting to the point that I was responding a second ago, was that you can have a situation with complete androgen insensitivity, or even largely androgen insensitivity. And you're going to have an individual who reaches adulthood, and they're going to develop secondary female sex characteristics, right? Their hips will widen, they'll develop breasts, right? So you would look at that individual and naively think that's a female, right? But if you were to sequence their DNA and look into their genome, you would find 46XY. So, how are we making, again, the question is, how are we making this determination? Because it doesn't seem like, it seems like there's, again, it's multifactorial, and those factors are often in conflict with each other.
Yeah, the problem, though, is that all those factors, I mean, it seems like you've admitted this along the way. They're all mistakes, right? This wasn't part of the original grand design. And even in the examples you've used where you've got certain genes not being expressed because the androgen insensitivity, they go towards the other sex, right? So you still are
not necessarily. They could be intermediate. And if I give you an example, you could have a situation where you have someone who has basically male morphology, right?
Mm-hmm.
You could find testes, you could find a penis, but the urethra doesn't go through the penis. The urethra is behind it. Or I guess posterior to it would be so like that's an intermediate state, right? That's not just going to the other one. It's
would that be a mistake, like a mutation and a bad mistake?
I wouldn't characterize it as a mistake. I mean, this is this range of variation is nearly 2% of the human population. That's 1 out of 50 people.
All right. So that gets to what I originally started with, right? This is the exception, not the rule. Right. So we don't define things by the exception, we define it by the rule.
So let's stick with that, right? So let's stick with that. If we were defining things by the general rule. Now, I'm only going to speak for myself. I don't generally going around sequencing people's DNA, taking blood samples to make karyotypes, nor looking at their genitals to confirm what's present, right? I don't typically do
You would get fired for doing that.
Yeah, that would be extremely illegal to do those things, right? So that's not how we're, right? So the rule is you look at people and you talk to them and maybe they'll tell you, maybe they won't, right? But that's the rule in terms of how we do sex determination, right? It's kind of a simple heuristic of like, what mix of sex, primary and secondary sex characteristics can I directly perceive? And in a lot of ways, it's non-biological cues, right? It's clothing, for example, is going to inform your perception. So, right. So in the rule is that we're not checking these things. We're not assessing people's biology. Are we? Do you?
Well, you're bringing up something that's very interesting. So, for a long time, I used to listen to 4 different podcasts that were transgender podcasts. And it's very interesting. One of the things I perceived is, one of them was someone who's a biological man going through the transition to female and explaining, like he was learning how to put on pantyhose and makeup and how to wear earrings. And it kind of was interesting that inherently, this person who's saying that gender is fluid knows there's only 2 genders because he is trying to fit what is known as like how women dress, how women carry themselves. So it's kind of interesting that when you see people that say they're transitioning from one to the other, if it really is fluid, they could stay just as they are because there would be no need to get your organs changed, to look different, to dress different, to act like the stereotypical other side. What's your cup say?
Oh, it says no whining. I turn it this way when I have Zoom meetings with students, right? I can't, that would be me.
Sorry, I got ADD. I love just, yeah. But you get my point. It's like, I think that even with what you're saying is when you have someone who is saying they're transitioning from one gender to another, they don't stay as they are. They actually take on often what we see, not always, but often they over accentuate the other gender. So you'll have guys who transition to girls, and they have a much higher pitched voice than girls would have. And so it's like they know inherently that there's two genders. They say they don't, but they behave and act like what the other gender is. So when you're saying, well, we do it by dress, we do it by, voice, men typically have, not always, but typically have deeper voices. So yeah, things like that. But those are ways we could assume. But you're right. The reality is we know when someone is born and that they're male or female, right?
Do we?
Well,
let's see, because we can make this assessment, right? So someone is born, and they have you can see what is there a penis and testes, or is there a vagina, right? You can see that when somebody is born. What if they have the MSY, that male specific region I talked about before? What if they have an MSY deletion? What if they have an MSY translocation? What if they have androgen insensitivity? And what if they have some kind of gene regulation difference? And these can be caused by something as simple as regulatory variation. There's a wide range of regulatory patterns in the human genome.
Yeah. So
if I may just finish the thought before, these things can change. So you can have someone that may be born as you say, I'm going to put in quotes, as a female, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then over the course of their life, as they enter puberty, their hormonal environment is going to change based on some previously unexpressed genetic material that then starts being expressed. And now maybe they start developing secondary male sexual characteristics, right? Body and facial hair, deeper voice. Like, what about in that situation? Because we made a determination, but to the extent that you can say a determination is right or wrong, that determination, according to this simple binary, would have been wrong.
Okay, so is that the rule or the exception?
It's part of normal human genetic and morphological and every other kind of variation. It's typical for humans.
It happens enough, we call it normal.
About 2% of the time is somewhere along this intersex. And I do want to point out just to the audience, we're doing a little bit of conflating trans and intersex, which are two separate things. But I just want to make sure everyone's clear that there's a distinction there.
So we would disagree there's a distinction between gender and sex.
So I don't disagree that there is a distinction between gender and sex. I think sex as a binary is a mischaracterization of biology, is what I would say.
And what about gender?
Gender is much more, and I'm going to say this as a comparison, but I want to make clear for everybody that I'm not saying this as an absolute to exclude these factors from sex, because there are, I'll say it this way, there are social factors for sex determination, like just straight up, there are, like, it's what it is. But gender is more socially constructed and socially determined than sex is. But there are social factors for both of them, and societal factors and whatnot. And you agree with that, I think. I think that is actually something that if you think about it, you agree with that. Because as we were talking before, you could see somebody who morphologically, right, physically, and also based on the way they talk and the way they dress, presents as female, and you would not know that you disagreed with that characterization unless you dove into their biology in an extremely invasive way.
Yeah, but the thing is that if they're born a female and they know that, there's an exception, as Anthony was saying, mistakes. There's part of the curse that happened when Adam and Eve violated the law.
Is red hair part of the curse? Because
I think so, completely.
Because the fraction of the population with red hair is approximately equal to the fraction of the population that is somewhere on this intersex continuum.
Well, I think having bald heads is part of the curse.
I think anybody who's not Italian is part of the curse. I don't know about you guys.
I knew that was coming.
Okay, I had to put this up. This is hysterical. Allman Brothers. I was born a rambling Dan. Sorry, could not resist.
It's better than most puns I get on YouTube, so I'll take.
Yeah, that's a funny one.
I'll give it to you.
So I would say that sex and gender are the exact same thing. Having said that, are there some males that are more manly and some a little less manly? Maybe environmental factors, maybe how they're raised.
Well, I mean,
Sure,
that's clear.
right. And females, the same thing.
Italians are much less manly than everyone else, especially Jewish people.
Yeah,
we all agree with that.
Right.
This is actually a really instructive example here, because we agree on a lot of this in terms of things like sex and gender being socially determined, because you can see this across different societies, across human history, where what traits define, a manly man evolve over time. They are not consistent through space and time. So to the extent that we're defining manliness, right, if you saw somebody in a particular society in a specific time and place throughout the history of human existence and all its diversity, right, you're going to make a different determination about that person's sex and gender role in society based on that context. And by asking about like manliness, right, and what traits define manliness, that's a great illustration of that reality, that these things are fundamentally socially constructed to some extent, which means we cannot reduce them strictly to this or that biological factor, or even necessarily some combination of biological factors.
So, of course, Andrew and I are joking about some of this stuff about men.
No, I know, but it's a good illustration.
But yeah, but I would say that while some of those things, you're right, maybe time periods and cultural issues can change that slightly. What doesn't change is how God defines males and females and the characteristics that males and females have. And so God does actually define a subset of those.
Can I ask then? So given so we've gone through a bunch of biological and social criteria, right? We've gone through a bunch of criteria and basically found them wanting in terms of being able to make a nice, neat binary distinction here. What about those criteria? You encounter some stranger. You're walking on the sidewalk. You encounter a stranger. You know nothing about this person other than what you see. And maybe you exchange a few words. Hi, how are you? Wow, been raining a lot lately. Right? You in your head, you make a determination in terms of what you think their sex and gender are in that moment. What are the criteria that God provides that allow you to do that?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, it's 99.9% of people, their body, the physical structure, you can tell whether they're male or female. So right off the bat, you can see that in nearly everybody. Whether it's the Adam's apple or the broad shoulders, or, there are lots of great characteristics that we can look at from that perspective. From God's perspective, women are the weaker vessel. And we don't have time to get into what all that means, but that can be seen easily. It not only physically, but it can be seen emotionally. When you talk to somebody long enough and see how they are, how they act, how they respond to life.
I'm sorry, can I just clarify there? Women are the weaker vessel physically and emotionally?
Yeah. Like I said, it'll take a little while to explain all that. Physically, in general, females are weaker. I would hope you would agree with that as a biologist.
I would say physically.
Yeah,
sure. Yeah.
So now emotionally,
in some ways, I doubt any of the three of us here could push something the size of a grapefruit through an orifice in our body. So in some ways, I would say they're a whole lot stronger than us, wouldn't you?
Well, I would say that they can tolerate pain better because God designed them to do that. Because they're women and they give babies, unlike men who don't give babies. So
yeah.
I mean,
I think being able to tolerate pain is a mark of strength, personally.
Well, yeah. So now you get into
physical strength, and mental.
Yeah,
I think that going down, I think that's going to take too much time to explain some of these things.
Yeah,
go down this road, but one of the things. Let me ask you, Dan, this question is: you're basing it. You're asking a question of, okay, you see someone on the street. I wouldn't be able to tell if they're Italian or Jewish. Does that mean that they're not?
No, not necessarily. And actually, that's my point. Italian and Jewish and things like nationalities and races, these are socially constructed categories. That's exactly my point. You can't tell by looking at somebody if they're in this or that category, just like you shouldn't assume 100% just by looking at somebody,
Well,
whether they're in this or that sex or
okay.
gender category as well. That's exactly my point.
Well,
Thank you.
But the point is that it doesn't change the fact that someone is one of those things. They're either male or female. Because one of the things that I would say is the fact that, you know, we've been putting female hormones into milk that could affect the way men behave, right? That's going to affect.
So probably not, because that's the recombinant bovine growth hormone. So hormones are extremely species specific. We don't have the receptors for that. So that probably shouldn't be doing anything.
Probably shouldn't be.
Probably shouldn't be. We don't have the receptors for it. You can test like bovine growth hormone against human growth hormone receptors, and they're not compatible.
Yeah, that's not an issue, but there are numerous medications and GMO products that do mimic estrogens and are problematic for humans. So we do see that stuff out there, not from bovine, but it is from medications.
Certain medication, sure, yeah, that's a different thing though, because that's not, you know, in the food supply, right? That's medication. That's a different story.
Yeah, but you know, somebody brought this up, and I'm going to see if I can find it here real quick.
And I'm going to be right back while you bring that up.
Yeah.
And actually, can I just say it's 11:40 for me? I don't know what time zone y'all are in, so it's getting late on my end. So
Eastern, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So we should maybe think about wrapping this up.
Dan, you're not too far from me. I mean, I used to be in Jersey.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. You used to be. Yeah.
I actually used to do open air evangelism at Rutgers University. So I know right where it's at.
Yeah. The one point I want to bring up, Reason to Doubt says this, and they think they have a gotcha statement. If you accept that there are exceptions and you can see the entire argument, that's not true. Andrew and I did not accept that there are exceptions. We accepted the fact that there are mutations. There are things that went wrong within the genome, not that these are normal variations. And so when you have a male that has issues with his body parts not working right, that's an abnormality. The same way that somebody born without two arms is an abnormality. The same way that somebody who's born with trisomy 18 or trisomy 21, better known as being mentally retarded, that is a problem in the genetics. That's not a normal thing. So we don't use those things to define what a normal human being is if you're born with trisomy 18. The same way we don't define what a male and female is by something that is obviously wrong with one of those pathways that you talked about.
So the problem with that formulation of it is you're taking something that is part of the very much. So I like the word typical because it's a statistical descriptor, whereas normal and words like normal and wrong assign a value judgment onto things, whereas typical is just a statistical description, right, of variation within a population. So by saying that individuals who have intersex conditions, right, by saying that that's a mutation, it's damage, it's wrong, it's not normal. What we're saying is that those individuals, by virtue of something that is not under their control, they are somehow worth less than other people. And I fundamentally reject that, in the same way that I wouldn't call, I don't like the term retarded. I don't think anybody should use that term to refer to anybody with trisomy 21 or any one of a number of developmental conditions. Because again, when we use terms like that and like normal or, whatever, wrong, right, we're assigning a value judgment onto these conditions that are a completely typical part of human variation. And we shouldn't be doing that. We should accept that this is within the range. These are things that occur in humans. And it's not unique to humans, because a while back, you said that animals don't have this problem, right, of figuring out like this, wow, sex determination is complicated. Animals do. They just don't have societies that are as complicated as ours. But you have intersex animals. You have animals like,
because
being
being
transgender is part of like the typical life cycle for many species of animals. Like that is a thing that they do.
No, God designed certain species to do that. He did not design humans to do that. I mean, that's the difference.
And yet 1 out of 50 people approximately fall into that range somehow. That's normal. That is, that is a normal facet of human existence, and it has been forever.
No, I get it. And 100% of people are sinners on this planet and are going to face God, right? So that's a much higher statistic than 1 to 2% of the population being sinners in the sin of transgenderism and or homosexuality. So I don't.
Now again, you're conflating a couple unrelated issues there, but
Not at all. I mean, because we would take the position homosexuality and transgenderism is sin, not a normal variation for humans, which is the position that you're taking. So like, if you had a child, right? I mean, look, if I had a child who had trisomy 18, it's still a human being. That's still my child, still male or female. I would still love that child, but I would also recognize that child, this isn't the way it was meant to be according to God's original perfect creation. Like there's a problem here. So this is not a normal variation to have trisomy 18. The same way it's not a normal variation to be male and have problems with your parts or the opposite.
I mean, again, the term normal has value associated with it, so I really like the term typical. And if we look at things like having XO for the sex chromosomes, or XXY, or XYY, or XXX, and you could even have more than that. It could be 4, it could be 5.
I agree. Oh, yeah.
Those variants are present somewhere between 5 and 10% of the population. They're extremely
are less than 1%.
common.
I've done the research on that.
No, it's not. It's extremely common. It's when you put all the sex chromosome aneuploidies together, some of which, I mean, either of you gentlemen might be XYY, you would never know it. Or one of you might be XX with an MSY translocation. You might never know it.
Yeah.
It's the kind of thing that unless you're doing, as I said before, extremely invasive checking of people's biology across a number of dimensions, you're never going to know what variation is beneath the surface of presentation. And to that extent, everything we're talking about here has a social dimension to it. And it doesn't have to be one pole or the other pole. There's lots of people who reject that binary, and morphologically, behaviorally, socially, whatever, exists somewhere in between. That's about 1.7% of the population.
Yeah, 1.7.
And that's a very wide range of presentations there.
Yeah. So I use the word normal because God does define what is right and wrong. God does define what is male and female. And so we can use the word normal in our worldview because it would be based off of God's standards and not what humans have come up with. So I mean, having said all that, I thank you for your time, Dan. I know
yes, happy to.
I know that it's a lot later than you ever intended.
No, it's fine. This is a really fun conversation. I really appreciate you giving me the time, Andrew. I hope I satisfied your desire to talk through some of this stuff.
No, because I want you back on. I want to discuss more. Actually, you know what? You're not that far. Maybe I'll come up to Rutgers. We go out, grab a bite to eat.
Honestly, that would be really fun.
Yeah. I think it would.
You guys can't be an hour and a half apart.
From where I am now, probably about that. Yeah.
I'd have to. We'll see. We'll talk offline.
Yeah. So, So stick around. Don't leave afterwards, and
I'll stay in the studio.
Yeah. So, but I do appreciate. I gave you a hard time not coming in, man,
you blocked me on Twitter for asking where you get your news. Come on, man, unblock me.
I could do that. Yeah. No, I just it was. I just after I started getting people that just keep going. Yeah, it wasn't for that. It was just.
I got 2 very young kids, so if you think I will not get the last word, I have 2 small children.
That's funny. I do a thing with people that when online. And I'll tell people, I'm like, look, when people, and I'm not saying that you're being prideful. I'm just saying, with saying the last word, I'll say to people, like, once they display like an arrogance, because one of the things with arrogance, like, you got to get the last word. Like, so I'll tell people, I'm like, look, I'm not going to read whatever you type. Like, you could type whatever, I won't read it. But the fact that you type it is the proof that what I'm saying when I'm saying you're arrogant.
This is a whole other discussion though, because that actually gets at the whole point of like this conversation more broadly, the evolution creationism stuff, us going back and forth on Twitter. You actually just illustrated the whole point, because I'm under no illusions that I'm going to convince either of you of anything. I'm not going to convince you of any of the stuff I'm saying. That's not going to happen. But there are people watching.
The reason is because
and that's who my target audience is. There are people reading, and that's the target audience.
Yeah, and my wife asks me all the time, like, why do you go back and forth? It's because it's usually for the others who are watching and reading.
Yeah, that's what it's for. It's for the viewers. Yeah,
I mean, it's no different than when I do open air evangelism and I get some heckler and she are heckling me. Everyone else,
we have something in common. We have something. Our target audiences. We have something in common.
We have tons of things in common. We both know what a male and a female is.
Probably our chromosomes, our karyotypes look similar, but we wouldn't know because neither of us have checked. So we can't know for sure.
So I would like to have you come in. I think it would be a good to have more discussion. I know that there's been another, Dr. Duff and Standing for Truth. I forget who else. Redefined Living. There are a couple others. If you guys want to come in, I mean, this is the thing. We usually have a guest with a topic, but we open it up to anything. That's what we try to do. And
I know we got way off the rails tonight, but that's fun.
But
look, my schedule. We could talk about this offline, but my schedule is I work late Thursdays during semesters, so it's tough to try to catch you.
Yeah. No, I get that, and we can always, but the thing is that I'm just opening up the folks. If you want to come in. I mean, we have a number of people watching on YouTube and Facebook, and I can actually see on Wisdom, we have 108 people listening to us on the Wisdom app. Anyone's allowed to come in and ask any questions. We're not, I mean, if tonight would be a perfect example of saying we're not afraid of questions. We're not afraid of, and if we don't know things, we say we don't know things. I got no problem saying that. I do it all the time, but I want to be able to reason through things and understand things. And one of the things, and this is what I appreciate with you, I appreciate it with Erica and Jordan, who came in, is at least what I'm seeing with the three that I just mentioned is trying to understand another person's perspective, trying to not misrepresent someone. That's more the issue where you start doing that, you're probably not going to be welcomed back in. Mm-hmm. It's and that's the thing, and that's where it becomes a thing where we're going to disagree on things. But here, and I want you to understand our perspective, Dan. Mm-hmm. You and I currently disagree. We won't always disagree. Immediately upon death, you will completely agree with us. But before that point is what I'm concerned about. And so I want to be able to, though you would disagree with what I'm going to say, it's important for me to make sure that you understand where we would spend eternity. Okay? Mm-hmm. And the thing is, I know you may disagree with it, but every single one of us, myself, you may be a more moral person than me, Dan. I'll grant that. But it's not our morality that gets us right with God. You and I are both criminals in God's sight, right? We've broken his law, lied, stolen, things like that. Haven't put him first and foremost. And even if you're better than me, right? I mean, that's like saying, well, I can swim to England and I can get about a mile before I drowned, but you can get 2 miles before you drowned. Neither of us made it, right? Because we can't do it. And so the point being is we can't on our own get right with God. Okay, we're not going to do it by trying to work our way there. We would deserve, both of us deserve eternity in the lake of fire because God is infinitely holy. Does it concern you?
It's going to be a long eternity then. What can I tell you? It's going to be a long eternity.
Eternity is a long time to be wrong.
Yeah, I don't buy Pascal's wager. I'm sorry.
I'm not giving Pascal's wager.
Pascal's wager.
I don't buy the math. It's just, sorry.
The point being is, does it concern you that if you were to die tonight, that you'd be judged by God and spend eternity in the lake of fire? It's not
No.
Pascal's wager, because
No.
Pascal's wager
Sorry.
is giving the different. For people that don't know Pascal's wager, it's like basically, hey, might as well try Jesus because it's better than the alternative.
No,
Essentially,
not. Yeah.
but I'm not giving that. I'm saying
No,
that this is what we deserve.
Yeah, I mean, the answer is no. I don't worry about that because I don't believe that that's a thing. So, like, you are welcome to believe it, be my guest, but like, I don't. So, like, appealing to that is not going to be persuasive to me. That just is how it is.
And again,
Sorry.
as I said earlier, I think you were here when I said it to Erica, I think, or maybe it was Jordan. I think.
It was a similar thing to Erica, and I said in the chat, my answer is like, no, it's not. I don't believe that is a possibility. So.
Would you, if I gave you a revolver, one bullet in the chamber, spun it, Russian roulette, would you play Russian roulette?
Why would I do that? Of course I wouldn't.
Why not?
Because like being alive is cool. Like, why would I do that? That's dumb.
You wouldn't risk your physical life?
No. Why would I do that?
Why would you risk your spiritual life? Because your physical life is only 70 some 80, 90 years.
And that's why I'm not going to risk it.
Spiritual life is forever.
I see there's a faulty premise in your argument, and it's that I accept the idea of a spiritual life, right? So this is only going to be convincing to someone who accepts that is at least a possibility, and I don't.
Well,
so
like,
it
doesn't matter whether we accept it or not. It matters whether it's true.
Right. And the answer in my mind is no. So like, okay, we're back to square one. Like, I have to believe that is the case in order for it to be persuasive.
Okay, so but you are playing Russian roulette with your soul.
Playing imaginary Russian roulette, sure, but like the thing is, do you see what I'm saying though? Like, why this is not like a serious conversation? We're hypothesizing. What about this situation? What about that situation? Like, all right, and what if a unicorn landed on my roof? What if $1 million appeared on my desk sitting next to me? These are things that I don't believe are possible.
Well, the thing is it doesn't matter whether we believe it or not. If I don't believe in gravity, does it mean I float?
It doesn't matter. Sure, fine, okay. Gravity exists in the universe. I can measure gravity.
Yeah, and you can measure the effects of God in the universe by the immaterial part of you.
If you say so.
Do you have an ability to
reason? That Nobel Prize.
Do you have an ability to reason?
Now we're going to do this again. Reasoning is an emergent property of brains. Like, I've done this already. Like, I've done this like so many times in my life. I can't count it. Reasoning and stuff, it's an emergent property of brains, yada, yada, yada. You could reduce it to neurotransmitters and chemicals, the arrangement of neurons. Like, it's late. And if this is what we're going to do, we should do a separate conversation.
Well, okay, let me ask this one then. I'll turn it this way. What about the laws of logic? Are those immaterial or material?
Again, those are so... There's a difference between tangible and immaterial, right? So like, there's a distinction to be had here between things that exist in a logical but non-material sense, and then like things that have to exist in some tangible way in order for what you're saying to be accurate. And again, I've had this conversation more times than I can remember in my life, to the point where like literally I'm bored with it. So I actually said this on Twitter because somebody asked on Twitter a few weeks ago. They said, like, you've never mentioned this on your channel at all. Are you an atheist? And I said, yes, I'm the most indifferent atheist you will ever meet. I've thought about it a lot. That's where I've landed. And if you say, but why are you an atheist? The answer you're going to get is, because I've thought about it a lot, and beyond, and that's where I've landed. And beyond that, you're going to get, that's where I am. Like, that's it. Like, it's just these arguments about the rules of logic and the immaterial mind and things like reasoning and memory, like, they're just not persuasive to me.
Okay, so
and I apologize for that, but
before there were human minds, right? There was a time before a human mind, correct? You would say millions.
Was there a time before human minds? Yes, because Homo sapiens have not always existed. Okay. Yes.
So, could the universe have existed and not existed in the same way at the same time?
In the same way at the same time? Now we're getting into like quantum physics, and that's not my field. So I'm going to leave that to the cosmologist to answer that question.
No, it's
not my field. It's an empirical question, but it's not my field, so I don't take a position on it.
Well, it's the second law of logic. Okay, the law of non-contradiction, that you can't have A and not A in the same way at the same time. And so if you say that we can't have the universe and not have the universe in the same way at the same time, that's what the law of logic would say, then it's not part of the human brain.
All right. Is that the product of a human brain? Or does that law exist independent of human brain?
Well,
I don't know.
I would say
I'm not a philosophy person. I don't know.
it exists in the mind of God.
I don't care.
It's because it's consistent with the nature of God.
Faulty premise. I don't accept your premise. See, that's an unsupported premise. And that's where this argument always goes, which is why I always bring it back to things like evolutionary biology and that kind of thing. Because you say, eventually you drill down enough and you say, what's the evidence for this? And you go, well, there are things in the world that can't be explained by natural forces. What is it? Irreducible complexity in biological systems.
Okay.
Now
so
we're talking my language, right?
Let's stick with biology. So someone who's born, if we're just material things, and we'll end with this, we're just material things. You have
Almost out of tea. I got to go because I have one sip left.
Yeah. You have a biological male. They're a biological male.
Oh, I hate that phrase so much. It's so shallow. It doesn't capture anything, but sure.
Will they behave as a male? Because they're the chemistry, right?
Behave as a male is
do
not,
everything that's man.
but that's not like a set in stone thing. Behave as a male. Where and when?
See,
right now, where I'm sitting.
Well, the question I'm going to ask: how can they?
Years ago?
How could they identify? How could they identify as a female if they're biologically a male? If they're all their cells are saying they're male, how do they identify as a female apart from an immaterial part of them?
I don't know why. If they're identifying if somebody identifies as a thing that is like necessarily a material thing, like I think sex characterization is a material characteristic of somebody. That's not a material thing.
If all the counts are male, how do they identify in opposition to their biology?
So I dispute the term opposition to biology because biology it's a continuum. It's not two boxes, right? So you can't be in opposition to a continuum. You can just fall somewhere along that continuum, as we talked about earlier. So this is really fun, but I feel like we're going around in circles, and it is midnight, and I do need to get up in 6 hours. Right. So I do think that,
Yeah, I appreciate it. And so with that, folks, it's been one of the longer shows for those who like Anthony time that goes over. You got 2 hours of Anthony time. So,
well, Andrew, let's stick around for 2 minutes, and then we'll let
I'll leave. Have a good night.
Yeah, have a good night, Dr. Van. Thanks for coming on.
So next week, we're going to have on Dr. Casey Butner. We're going to talk about First Baptist Church Orlando. And basically what they've done is they have replaced the preaching on a Sunday morning with a comedian. We're going to talk about that and other abuses that occur at a pulpit and at within churches. So that's the topic for next week. And I hope you guys will be around for that. Abuses of the Worship of God is the title. So Anthony, you have something else that you wanted to end with there?
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone for all the comments. It's been a great show. A lot longer than I anticipated on being on tonight. Half asleep right now, but yeah, the comments have been great, and we need to do this one again here shortly. I do want to really point out again though, because there's even some guys who say they're Christian here in the chat that don't understand this concept. God made them male and female. It was done perfectly in the beginning in a perfect creation week. And all the issues we see today are the result of a fallen world, sin, genetics that are breaking down. And every time we asked Dr. Dan these questions, he kept going back to some type of abnormality, in which he admitted multiple times. It's always an abnormality that causes one of these other weird things to pop up. And it is not 2 to 5% of the time. It's less than 1%. You can see tons of research that talks about that. So I wanted to get that thrown out there. And Dr. Casey, I don't know if I'm going to be on next week for him, but that will be a great show. Dr. Casey's done some videos with Justin Peters on this already. And I know he's got even more material now since those videos were done.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to kind of talk about. So with that, I see that Dr. Dan has dropped out altogether, unfortunately. But hopefully he'll email me and we'll chat. So with that, folks, I hope that you enjoyed the show. I hope this was helpful, educational, encouraging in many ways. And we will be praying, especially for Erica, but pray for Erica, Jordan, and Dan, that God would do a work in their heart, that he would change their minds and bring them to repentance. So it is something that he does. And so with that, folks, we'll see you next time. Remember to make